me some names that just came in, and I'll put this one in front of get them in.
Okay, the board is back in session. We were in closed session. We're now back in open session. And the first thing that's on our agenda here is a presentation. And so I'm going to turn it over to Vince, who is going to give us a presentation.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for being here tonight. So as many of you are aware, we did a strategic plan this past year, started with the board, working with them in January and February, turned it over to a vision element study team, which mapped out our community to make sure that we had all representation of our community at a community event, a conversation for our future event that happened on May 25th and June 2nd here in the gymnasium at the high school. And we came together, shared ideas, and came up with different what priorities we have as a community for our school district. This was adopted in July by the Board of Education. No, it might not reach. So this is a strategic plan that was adopted by the board, created by the community, adopted by the board in July. And again, so we have 5 pillars that came out. We had a district mission statement, the 5 pillars: preparing for the future, nurturing the whole child, innovative communicated connection, district workforce, and operational excellence. So we were thrilled by the amount of people that came, and the Vision Element Study team went above and beyond in putting this together and bringing this to the Board of Education, and did a presentation in July, which was then adopted. So as we look forward, one of the things is now, how do you put this into action? So,
would you consider removing your mask while you're speaking?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the idea is, like, how are we going to turn this into an active document? So tonight we're going to do a presentation on how we're starting to work on 3 of these different areas. I'm going to turn it over to 3 of our administrators who are going to walk through preparing for our future, nurturing the whole child, and Operation Excellence. Just some steps that we are taking to make sure that, as we said, we talked in May and June, turn this into a strategic plan, and now what are our next steps to make sure that we are continuing to move forward with the priorities that were set for us by our community. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Nick Carls.
Hi everyone, my name is Nick Carls and I'm a director with the School District of Lodi. Once again, a big thank you to the community for their engagement in the strategic planning process. It's wonderful to have this vision to help guide our future work. I'm going to take a brief moment to highlight some activities we are focused on that fall under the preparing for the future section of the strategic plan. So under this pillar, it reads, exploring academic and career excellence for diverse futures through opportunity, relevance, and readiness. When we take a look at initial activities to focus on under this section, we leveraged what we heard from the community, things like career exploration, as well as some of the academic areas of which the Department of Public Instruction has placed extra emphasis: primary and elementary literacy and middle school math. So our district has showed some of the higher high school ACT scores in the region over the past few years. In addition, our trend data has shown high attendance rate and high graduation rate. We have a lot to be proud of. When we look closer at our middle school math data and elementary and primary school literacy data over the past several years, both areas the DPI would categorize as readiness criteria, we note a plateau that we've seen and a need for additional resources that could be allocated to these areas to further support our amazing educators and our students. So in a moment, we're going to talk a little bit about conversations that we've had with educators about next steps for those 2 areas, which are elementary and primary literacy and middle school math. But we also heard from our community stakeholders that career exploration should be a point of emphasis moving forward. This includes exploring a variety of career options, and the admin team has discussed what they heard from the community and looked at opportunities offered by other districts who also focus on this area. As a result, we have highlighted a few possible initial activities to consider, and you can see these outlined on the screen, and I'll give a little additional information about that in a moment as well. Go to the next. Oh, do you want to just hit over if it doesn't? Thank you. There we go. Thank you. So in regards to our initial areas of focus for academic excellence and readiness, and I say initial because this is a multi-year strategic plan, and tonight we're just talking about a starting point, so more things to come. But at the primary and elementary level, our educators completed literacy instructional surveys where they identified a few key areas for updated resources and training. And these areas focus on, and they correlate with the most recent literacy research that's out there, and they correlate with updated state standards as well. So our educators identified a need for continuing to have a focus on comprehensive phonemic awareness instruction throughout 4K through first grade to help all students have the ability to recognize the sounds in spoken words. This is a key building block in literacy instruction, so that's something our educators are really focused on as we move forward. Also, updating our phonics, spelling, and word study program for kindergarten through 5th grade to help all students blend and segment components of written words. So that's another key component of early elementary literacy that we want to have comprehensively throughout our system, something our educators identified. We also talked about guided reading and interactive read aloud to differentiate and build comprehension strategies for our educators. And we've already started on some of these things. So what you see right here in this picture, for example, that's Dr. Jan Richardson, who's a leading expert in this area, and she's in this picture doing some modeling with staff and with Lodi students. This is just from a few weeks ago we had her in, and she was doing training with our educators. So already an impact on the start of this school year with some of these things. So again, thank you for the strategic plan and allowing us to hit some of these areas. For middle school math, our educators have identified the need for updated math program that fits the needs of today's learners and better aligns with our standards and expectations. So this summer, the middle school math team developed a vision for middle school math, the classroom, what it should look like, what it should feel like for students. They researched a variety of highly rated math programs and are in the process of planning some site visits to observe these programs in action. And the whole goal will be to have a new middle school math program to start the 22-23 school year. Now we're going to jump in and talk a little bit about career exploration. So for career exploration, we are looking to leverage the resources noted on the slide to develop academic and career planning activities for students in grades 6 through 12. We have a proposal for the board tonight to possibly approve a professional practice goal process, or one of the professional practice goals that would allow educators to devote some of their time to supporting in this area. Specifically supporting around helping us to develop an annual regional career fair, but then also allowing educators to work on building classroom business community partnerships. So connecting with businesses in our regions, getting them into our classrooms so they can talk to our students and be part of the classroom experience. So that's something that we're looking at as well. We also are looking at continuing to build opportunities for students to access work-based youth apprenticeship opportunities, and then also earn industry-recognized certifications while taking Lodi High School courses, and that's something in conjunction with the Department of Workforce Development. A lot of good things happening in this area right now. This is just the initial steps, and we're excited about it. So again, we're really looking forward to the future and building on the amazing things that already exist in the Lodi School District, but just want to highlight a few of these things for you folks. So thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Adria Schrader. I'm the Director of Student Services, and I'm going to talk about Pillar 2, which is nurturing the whole student. So our district SEL team has been functioning for the last 3 years, and we have adopted the vision from the strategic plan to guide our work, which is creating a sense of belonging by growing empathy and compassion, inspiring the emotional and physical well-being of each student. We have representatives on our team from each of our school buildings and community representatives as well. We have work groups in the area of assessment, intervention, and curriculum. And this group has worked to define social emotional learning and create goals and objectives to guide our work. So to start us off, what is social and emotional learning? Our SEL team has defined this as a process to acquire and apply the knowledge and skills necessary to do these things. Understand and manage emotions, set and achieve goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. We feel that social and emotional skills are important because they directly impact students' readiness for learning. The learning objectives for social and emotional learning are outlined in the CASEL model. The CASEL stands for Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, and it addresses 5 broad and interrelated areas. Those areas are self-awareness, social awareness, responsible decision-making, self-management, and relationship skills. The Department of Public Instruction also has social and emotional learning competencies that are also aligned to the CASEL model. This group has outlined some goals which began in 2019, and we are hoping to reach these goals by June of 2022, so this coming spring. Hopefully we will reach our goals. We have had some setbacks with COVID and having students not in school, but that's one of the reasons why we know that this work is so important. It's very important to have our students feel that sense of belonging within our school and within our classrooms. So our goals are to adopt a universal K-12 social and emotional learning curriculum, implement social and emotional learning and mental health interventions, so small group or one-on-one interventions with students, define a mental health referral pathway for our students, improve the culture and climate and student belonging within the classroom, and educate staff, students, and the community on mental health disorders and how to respond during mental health crises. In order to reach our goals, we are focusing on a couple of strategies for this school year. You can see in the chart that some work in these areas have already been done. So we have had small groups of our educators trained in developmental designs at the middle school and high school level, and a responsive classroom at the primary and elementary school level. Both responsive classroom and developmental designs are an approach to bring everyday strategies and routines into the classroom for relationship building, social skills building, establishing a safe learning community, and developing intrinsic motivation within our students. So for the 2021-22 school year, we have all of our teaching staff, which is going to be trained in a responsive classroom, which is kindergarten through 5th grade, and developmental designs, which is 6th grade through 12th grade. Like Dr. Carl spoke about earlier, we will also have a professional practice goal for our educators to choose from if they would like to learn more about social emotional learning and these 2 approaches here, responsive classroom and developmental designs. I would like to turn this over to Mr. Pertzborn, our middle school principal, who's going to talk about one more step in our pillar 2, nurturing the whole student.
All right, thank you. So as Adria said, I'm Derek Pertzborn. I'm the principal of the Lodi Middle School. And as a part of this process, we're actually adopting a program at the middle school that's called Satchel Pulse. And Satchel Pulse is a tool to use real-time data to foster positive environments and ensure students develop and grow their social emotional skills. And I think that's one thing we really want to emphasize with our students. These are skills. These are things that we can teach students. We can teach students to identify their emotions. We can teach students to manage their behavior. And we need to take time out of our schedule, and we need a program and tools that help our kids do that. So Satchel Pulse covers a lot of things that Adria had referenced that we need to cover as a district. The first thing is it has a universal screener. and that are based on the CASEL competencies. So what happens, the universal screener is going to be 20 questions that students will fill out. They'll take that 3 times a year. So as an example of a question, one of the questions would be, I get along with others, and students will rate themselves on a scale of 1 to 10 of how well they feel about that. And what we'll do with that universal screener, or what Satchel Pulse will do, is it will take that and it will organize this data for us. And we can organize this data to help us identify students that struggle with these skills. And from there, what we can do is we can apply targeted interventions. So as soon as we know that students struggle to identify or label their emotion, we can have small group interventions that bring those kids in, and we can work on those specific skills with students. It also includes a curriculum that we're currently setting up and we're implementing within our middle school. At the end of the day, we have a 20-minute block of time that is called homeroom, and within there, twice a week, we're going to teach these skills to all of our students. And we do have a lesson here that I'm not going to go through, but if you go on the website, you can go on to this link. And we've already implemented our first lessons for most of our grades, which is on self-motivation. And self-motivation is a set of 6 lessons that we'll go through this first 3 weeks of school, and then we will go on to, and their next set of lessons is going to be on identifying emotion. And I think at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Brent Richter for our next pillar.
Good evening. My name is Brent Richter. I'm the business manager for the School District of Lodi. I've been here a long time, so I know most of you, I suppose. I'm going to talk about the 5th pillar, operational excellence. If you can follow along, I'll read that. Planning for the district, incorporating innovation, budget forecasting, building maintenance and future needs for the district, ensuring operational viability. And as I work through my few slides, just please keep in mind, especially budget forecasting and building maintenance and future needs for the district's operational viability. Just a little bit of background. Lodi is a district that has needed to utilize a referendum to maintain operations, maintain educational operations. And so we have, at least I've been here since 2005, and we've had to utilize that mechanism for three different sets of years. You can see in 2009 and 2010, we began with an $850,000 referendum for each of 3 years. And again, these are operational referendums, so these help us maintain our current operations as in paying our daily bills, salaries, turning on the heat in the buildings, lights, textbooks, etc. We are currently under a 5-year, $1.7 million for each of 5 years referendum. That will come to an end at the end of this school year. So targeting April of 2022, the next election, we are looking at understanding with R.W. Baird. They're a company that has a finance specialist team. They have a projection model, a budget projection model, and they will help us develop our projection for the next set of 5 years. And so the board will have to engage in that discussion what the next referendum will look like, because the state's funding mechanism, the state funding formula, doesn't work for a school district like Lodi, and there's many schools like us across the state. A very simple schematic about how we prepare for a referendum. As you can see, I have 4 different areas that help the school district, the Board of Education, prepare our community for referendum. As I just spoke about, we define our operating needs with a model from R.W. Baird. They are a well-known company. They're a third-party, non-biased company, and they will help us understand what our needs to operate and pay our daily bills for the next 5 years. We also have engaged companies to support what that 5th pillar, when you're thinking about the maintenance and building needs, we've engaged C.G. Schmidt. That company was the project management team that helped build our new primary school. And so they've developed a facility assessment, which is a 1 to 10 year plan for our buildings to maintain them, and what our future needs to maintain the viability of these buildings, the envelope, the interior pieces, and exterior pieces like our parking lots, etc. Also, Point of Beginning, known as POB, has developed a long-term master plan for our green space. They were the civil engineer that helped us with the landscape of the new primary school, and they helped us with our turf field. So they did the engineering on the turf field. And so they put together a long-term master plan for all of the green space, or I guess all of the athletic space. And lastly, our enrollment projection. Applied Populations Lab, a group out of UW-Madison has provided us with an outlook of our enrollment for the next 5 years. And so it's a very important piece, not just for the most obvious of how many kids are we educating and what do we need for teachers and staff and building and textbooks, et cetera, but enrollment is a critical and key piece of the funding formula. So we need to know how many kids we're going to have, because unfortunately, they actually count for a dollar amount. So the more kids, the more revenue to support our finances. This schematic is a fairly simple, what could a question look like? What could you, as community members or taxpayers in Lodi, if you are, see on a ballot? So targeting a referendum in 2022, there's really a couple ways the school district could approach that. On the left side, you see an operational referendum. Question, it's very simple, I just call it operational. And on the right side, in the, I guess the second row, is facility and green space. They could be separate, they could be together. If they're all together, you could look at something on the left side where operational needs and immediate facility needs are all bundled into one question. If they're separate, and the board would determine this, they'll have to engage in this discussion over the course of the fall. They could be split into the left side where operational needs and immediate facility needs are put together, or on the right side, long-term facility needs and green space needs are wrapped into a second question. So you see my lines kind of, if you can follow it, they're either separate or I link them together as one question. That's what we may see this spring, but the board has to have that discussion first. And lastly, for me, in my slides, this is a very general version of our timelines. And so up until September 30th, we're collecting data. All the company partners that we have are providing us information. In the fall, that information will be presented to the Board of Education. They need us to make a series of decisions on what will be put into a referendum or what will be able to be accomplished over the course of the year. Then on January 10th, this is really the last regular board meeting where a board can make a decision on the referendum. They need to approve that. That's a formal statutory requirement. And then that needs to be provided to the Department of Public Instruction. Between January 10th and a targeted election date of April 5th, or vote date for a referendum, information sessions by either the Board of Education and administration or contractors will present that to you. So you know what you're voting on, right? So that's my piece, again, maintaining budget and budget forecasting and maintenance and building viability. That was what I wanted to touch on. And Mr. Brining is going to wrap it up with a wrap-up.
So thanks, Nick, Adria, Derek, and Brent for your presentation. This is, again, just a follow-up to the strategic planning process we did this summer. It was adopted in July. Just kind of give you an update on the movement that has happened since then. We will continue to be working on developing a district-wide scorecard to help track how we're doing in those different areas, and we'll cascade that down to the different building levels. But you'll continue to hear about these priorities that the community has set for us in the future board meetings and future years as we, again, reaffirm the priorities that have been set for us by the community. So thank you again for the presentation and all the information and all the work that went into the work behind the presentation that we're doing each and every day. And I invite the board back up on the stage, and if the board has any questions for this group, you can still do that. board members have for the administrators, let us know, or we can move on to the next agenda item.
Does anyone have any questions? Good. Okay, we will move on to the next agenda item, which is taking positive steps of service award.
Could I ask Connor Anderson and Dawn Collins to please come up here, please? Or just to the, we'll just come to the front. Come up to the stage. We'll get you up here. So as they're walking up, our Taking Positive Steps for Service Award is being given to Dawn Collins, who is an elementary special education teacher, and Connor Anderson, who is our high school agricultural teacher. And the reason it's being given to them is we had a recent day at the fair. As you know, the Lodi Fair was moved to Labor Day weekend this year. And so we were excited and lucky to have the unique opportunity to spend a day, typically a day at the fair. Typically we do a day on the farm. We did a day in the fair on Friday, September 3rd. This was due to the unusual timing of this year's fair as a result of the pandemic and the hard work, dedication, and commitment demonstrated by Dawn and Connor. While at the fair, all our Lodi Elementary School and OSC kids learned about the following types of animal farming process: dairy, beef, sheep, poultry, rabbits, swine, and baby animals. In addition to that, they had learned about the grain bin and the old schoolhouse. While at the fair, 4 to 6 classrooms at a time rotated through stations mentioned above and were at the fair for 1 hour and 15 minutes. Learning goals that were accomplished at the fair were showing kids where our food comes from, helping kids understand their link to agriculture, learning about the economic impact of agriculture, supporting kids in understanding their agriculture values and how agriculture impacts our daily life. None of this would have been possible without the help of Dawn Collins and Connor Anderson. They met in August to work on defining learning targets, designed the structure for the sessions, worked through the logistics, identified and secured high school students to help teach the information to 3rd through 5th graders, all while doing their regular jobs at a busy time of year. In addition, Dawn Collins also plans a great opportunity for local kids to have different learning needs called Stars of the Show. For this, Dawn works with selected kids to teach them how to show animals and provides an opportunity for them to show in front of a live audience at the fair. To prepare for this, Dawn meets with kids and their mentors in the summer to help them prepare for the show, and sometimes finds animals for the kids to show. She also has stars come to her house and practice showing animals in preparation for the show at the fair. Please join me in recognizing them for their dedication, commitment, and hard work in supporting our students and community. Thanks, Dawn. So Connor, here is your award. You usually get $100,000 with it. Yeah, I was hungry before the board meeting. I will get that to you, sorry. And here, Dawn, is yours. Would either of you like to say anything? That's a first, that either of you are speechless. Yeah. Thank you again so much for everything you do for our kids and doing this extra. So we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Next, we'll have public input. Purpose of the citizen input agenda item for the public is for the public to provide comments on any agenda item or to publicly address the Board of Education on items that pertain to school business. The amount of time allotted to each speaker will generally not exceed 5 minutes per person to allow all people who wish to speak an opportunity to be heard. However, the president may modify the time limits at his or her discretion. If the speaker has questions for the board, they will be duly noted and responses will be provided in an appropriate manner, but the board cannot respond to individual questions or individual comments as part of a public input agenda item. As an additional reminder, the board cannot take action on any item that is brought forth during the public input session or on any item that is not posted on a meeting agenda. Citizen input is an important part of the board meeting agenda, and the board appreciates hearing from the community on issues concerning them and our school district. And I believe there's a timer going to show up on the board. We can't see it, but apparently you can see it. And we have quite a few people who have signed up to speak tonight. Some by phone, most are in person. And so we'll go through them one at a time. So first up is Scott Burkett. So what we want to try to do is get as much in as possible because there's 30 of you. It's going to take some time. So I'm going to read 2 names at once, and so as Scott starts to speak, the second person can come up to the next mic, and then I'll read the next person. You can come up to that mic and switch back and forth. That way there won't be a time delay getting between seats into the mic. So the next person to get ready will be, I think it's Teddy, but Ted Neffenager? Neffenager, thank you. So Ted, if you could go to that mic and get ready. I'm sorry? I don't want to. You don't want to speak? Okay, so Tyler Harkaloo. Okay, sorry, I apologize. If you could get ready at that mic when Scott's done, then you can start. Okay, go ahead, Scott.
It's my understanding that under the prior superintendent, the Lodi School District made the decision to join the Dane County Equity Consortium. The DCEC is an organization whose mission, in their words, is to seek to address and disrupt societal and historical inequities and eliminate disparities as a collective. It appears to move the primary mission of schools from helping kids develop tools that will provide all the best opportunity to succeed to pushing a political agenda on staff and children. Earlier in summer, many parents started to understand how certain tenets of what many consider critical race theory were going to be introduced in schools through the DCEC. Based on released open records, there is an effort by some to push a political agenda without full community knowledge. We have confirmed with administration a number of middle school classroom exercises that had to be abandoned that went a bit too far. Staff compensation was based on a professional development opportunity that focused on a politically motivated book whose author ties racism and capitalism together. Staff that spoke out against a political narrative on their own time were harassed. While we have not gone as far as other schools in the DCEC, we are concerned with the direction we are going. There's been a lot of confusion of what we're advocating for. What parents are advocating for is simply for the board to confirm the ideals I think we all agree with. We shouldn't teach that an individual solely by virtue of race is inherently racist, oppressive, superior, or inferior. We shouldn't teach an individual should receive adverse treatment because of their race or bear responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race. We should not teach an individual solely by virtue of race should feel discomfort or guilt. We don't think we should teach that the belief that the United States people can succeed based on their own talents and merits is an inherently racist belief. We also don't think we should teach the United States was created by members of a particular race for the purpose of oppressing members of another race. Additionally, we were asking the district to commit to eliminate political bias from the school and promote diversity of thought when staff development opportunities are made available. Even though these principles have been universally accepted for decades by most people of goodwill, we asked the board to publicly acknowledge these ideals. I don't think it's too much to ask. Let's move towards healing the community that started to divide the day we joined the consortium and publicly entered the political arena. Acknowledging these ideals mentioned and leaving the DCEC would be a great place to start. Thank you.
Tyler, before you begin, could Ben Bilkey come to this microphone and get ready? Okay, go ahead, Tyler.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first off, I just want to say thank you guys for being on the school board. You guys have a lot of tough decisions to make. And I think as a community overall, we do appreciate what you have to do. So I just wanted to say that, and I know you guys are tired. We appreciate you coming out, staying late, letting us speak. So I do appreciate that. I'm going to mostly talk about COVID at the moment. So I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet because we're going to be here till 10 o'clock otherwise. So I just want to read some headlines from around the United States. So News 4 in San Antonio, 4-year-old Texas preschooler dies of COVID within hours of symptoms. Jacksonville, 2 children die of COVID in 24 hours at Jacksonville Hospital. One was 2 weeks old. Top news from Washington, D.C., a child from Northern Virginia dies of COVID-19. Kansas City Star, 8th grader remembered for unforgettable smile, dies of COVID. NBC, 5-year-old Georgia boy dies of COVID as cases surge nationwide. WAFB 9, infant dies of COVID-19, Louisiana. These are a little bit closer to home. WGN 9 of Chicago, 9-year-old Chicago boy dies from COVID-19 as Delta variant continues to surge. NBC 5, Chicago, 15-year-old girl from Bolingbrook dies 2 days after testing positive for COVID, family says. So there's this notion out there where this ain't gonna happen in our community. I've seen this, I've heard this. It's gonna get here. I actually just got an email today that my kid was exposed. Doesn't have it, but it's here. I wanna give you a little bit of more information. This is right off the CDC website. From August 1st to September 11th, there's 56,966 hospital admissions for kids between the ages of 0 and 17. Up until today, September 13th, there have been 168 0 to 4-year-old deaths, 106 5 to 11-year-olds. From 12 to 15 years of age, 137. 16 to 17 years old, 112 deaths. Overall, in the past 7 days, there's been 8,285 deaths in the last 7 days. So the reason why I'm telling you all this is because there's an age group in our school district that cannot get the COVID shot yet. You can't even think about getting the COVID shot. For those students, 4K through the 6th graders, my recommendation or my thought would be to keep them masked until first quarter is over, and then reassess once the first quarter is over again, or at least until that age group can have the shots. Thanks for your time.
Could Allison Rowe come to this mic and get ready?
So thanks for giving everybody an opportunity to come and speak. I think school board meetings across the state and across the country are turning into more of like a Festivus airing of the grievances lately as opposed to public input. So appreciate you guys giving everybody the chance to come and talk. There's buzzwords, right? Everybody wants to talk about masks. That was a great update, and it shows how close it is to home and how much we need to still focus on that. So thank you for sharing that information. There's buzzwords about critical race theory right now, what it is, what it isn't, more importantly, and the fear that it's getting into our schools. Everybody has a different opinion. I'm of the opinion that we have a responsibility to teach our kids that the past history and the things that we've done in this country have led to some of the socioeconomic challenges that we have here. Some people don't feel the same way. Another big buzzword is equity. Right? Everyone wants to talk about equity, and we should all have recognition that each person comes from different circumstances, and they may need different resources to succeed. That is equity. We need to make sure that we're providing different people different resources to make them their best self. That's equity. Instead of continuing to go down a path of the buzzwords, I also just want to say 2 last things. One, thank you to the school board. Thank you for your leadership. You guys have been dealt an unwinnable hand in the last 2 years. Thank you to the teachers, the faculty, the administration. You guys are taking these challenges on head on, and I just want to say on behalf of a number of people that aren't willing to speak, you have support of a lot of people in this community, so thank you for all that you do.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Allison is on the phone. Sorry, I have to do the phone thing. Hi, Allison?
Yes,
Hi. This is Adam Steinberg from the Lodi School Board.
yes,
You're ready to give your public input?
I am.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm sorry that I intended to be there in person. I'm home with a sick child. I'm the mother of 3 students in the district, and I just would like to take this opportunity to thank all the school administrators, teachers, and staff, as well as the board members for just an incredible show of dedication and resilience throughout this very long pandemic. You are managing unprecedented challenges that no teacher, administrator, or board member in our lifetime has had to face. And this is all new territory, and it's constantly changing. I have watched you all as you've had to pivot and adapt at every turn, and I have just seen, by and large, you've done so with a positive attitude and with our students' best interests at heart. It's in kind of attending the recent meetings and watching even prior meetings, I have no doubt that this pandemic and the recent divisiveness has probably taken a toll on your physical and mental health as well as your families. I just want to thank you for pushing through it all, making tough and thoughtful decisions as well as sacrifices, and really showing our kids the way, showing them how to navigate this historic challenge. They are watching and they are learning from your example. And I'd like to remind everyone too, there are children that do watch these board meetings and are watching how, we as adults treat each other, how we communicate. So thank you, and I really encourage teachers, administrators, board members, please take care of yourselves. We need you, and I know that you've been through a tremendous amount of stress. And lastly, I just really would like to encourage everyone in our community to address our school administrators and board members with really the highest levels of respect. Respect is so important in a community like ours. It's important everywhere, but particularly in our small community, close-knit community. And please show appreciation. These are public servants. They've given countless hours to listening to all of our public comments, studying the issues, consulting with experts, and really there are no perfect solutions right now. Everyone is doing their best under these circumstances. So let's give each other the benefit of the doubt and assume good intentions. I think that we will get through this together. Our community is very strong. So just want to extend sincere thanks to everyone who is working so very hard to keep our schools safe and strong. Please keep up the good work, and just want you to know how much you're appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Allison. Heidi LaHoo. Can I have Heidi LaHoo come up? And Jack Tetzel, can you go to the other mic? So Heidi's first, and then Jack is second.
Good evening. Thanks for having everybody, all 30 of us who are going to speak tonight. I'm Heidi LaHue. I'm fairly new-ish to Lodi. I've learned if you haven't lived here 20 or more years, you're still the new kid in town. I have 3 children in this school district. We have loved every minute of being here, and we are excited to be ingrained in the community and ingrained in our schools. I didn't prepare anything. I don't have stats. I don't have facts to share with you. I'm sure everyone else has. But I do have a story that I want to share, and it's sort of emotional for me, but I hope it can shed some light to a different perspective of COVID and maybe some impacts that it's having to our kids that we haven't talked about. My family moved here from Madison in August of 2020, and in the spring of that year, just like everyone here, our kids were quarantined at home. School was canceled, and we jumped into the world of virtual learning. At first, it was exciting. Nobody had to go to school. Mom didn't have to get up early. We enjoyed it. And then I noticed my kids starting to become withdrawn. They spent more time in their rooms. They spent less time talking to Mom, and they really just hunkered down. I was home with them. I have the luxury of being a stay-at-home mom, so I watched this happening, and I was able to have daily conversations. Many parents couldn't do that. I was grateful for that time. And so every day I asked my kids, how are you doing? What's bothering you? How can I help? And they sunk deeper and deeper into a depression. And so I took my 7-year-old at the time one night out for ice cream. We drove the country roads as he was eating his ice cream cone, and I said, take off your seatbelt and stick your head out the window, and so he did. And I looked in my mirror and I saw a smile so big. I hadn't seen that smile for weeks. And so we pulled over, and I said to him, "What's bothering you? What can I do? I'm here. I thought I've seen it all. I thought I've talked to you." And he said, "Mom, I'm so sad. I can't see my friends. I can't go anywhere. This isn't living. I don't want to live anymore, Mom." My 7-year-old said that to me, a mom who is involved every day, who pours their heart, just like all of you parents do, into their kids. And he didn't want to live anymore. What are you supposed to do? Our hands are tied. I appreciate you guys, our teachers, our administrators. I appreciate you as much as anyone else speaking here does tonight. But this COVID is not going anywhere. It's long term. We have got to come up with better solutions than wearing a mask. The first day of school, my kids came home and I said, "Hey, how was school?" And they were so excited. They loved their teachers. They loved being back in class. And I said, "What'd you have for breakfast?" "Lucky Charms." "Okay, well, what'd you have for lunch?" "Corn dogs." Obesity, depression, fear and anxiety disorders in our kids are on the rise. And ironically, those things are pairing with people who are dying from COVID-19. We've got to come up with different solutions. And our strategic plan that was talked about today, which is fantastic, there was not one mention about the health of our kids. What are we feeding them? Why do their lunches come in a plastic-wrapped container that is not providing them with any beneficial nutrient value? I feel like there are things we can do, and we can work together for our kids. We don't have to agree on the same things in order to all work for a better solution. Thank you guys for being here, for listening to us. And even though we may not agree, we are all open books to helping our kids. That's why we're all here. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, could I have Brad Iverson come to the other mic? And go ahead, Jack.
Jack Tatzel, Lodi School District resident.
Jack, could you talk into the mic so we could hear you better?
As long as I don't have to sing.
There you go.
The Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction has academic report cards for all school districts. We pulled up the Lodi report cards to see how we're doing. Now, if you don't believe the numbers I'm going to present, look them up yourself. It's a little hard to find them in the DPI website, but they're there. In 2017, in Lodi Middle School, for all students, language arts students, 50% of the students were below proficiency. In 2019, 54% of all the students were below proficiency. In math, 2017, 54% were below proficiency, and in 2019, 62% of all Lodi Middle School students were below proficiency. Lodi High School, in 2019, 48% were below proficiency in language arts, 46% below proficiency in math. Almost half the high school students were below where they should be in their ability to read, write, and do math. 8th grade math, in 2017, 61% were below proficiency. In 2019, 77% were below proficiency. We appreciate what's going on here and all the hard work, but we need to look at some of the numbers. These come from DPI, not something a right-wing group made up. So then the pandemic hit, and schools closed their doors to the students for safety reasons, I guess. DPI doesn't show numbers for 2020 and 2021, but educators know very well that when you switch from in-classroom to online learning, learning drops very significantly, and especially for low-income and disadvantaged students. So before the pandemic, half the students in the district were below proficiency in language arts and math, and getting worse, with classrooms closed, the below proficiency numbers would obviously soar. Now, I'd call that almost an educational crisis. I think most of us would have expected that our school district, school board, administrators would really want to focus on how to stop the academic decline that was occurring prior to the pandemic, and also figure out how you're going to help the kids catch up from the diminished learning during the pandemic. But that's not what was done. While the country and while parents were all dealing with the pandemic, our district administrator and administration, apparently with the blessing from the school board, spent the summer of 2020 developing a very significant program that'll take 5 to 10 years to complete. The program is concealed, in my opinion, under the title of equity. Reviewing the equity program plan, the very biased training materials, workshops, and associations, and what some teachers actually did use in the classroom and materials others would have liked to have used in their classes, what we got is a program that appears to be far more for promoting a social justice philosophy than anything else. It is a social justice ideology that is closely aligned with critical race theory. Now, if you doubt what I'm saying, Google Ibram Kendi and critical race theory. Just Google him. He is Mr. Critical Race Theory. The Lodi Middle School has 125 copies of one of his books. Our district director of instruction wanted to actually use it in a high school class and a 6th grade class. Fortunately, it was stopped, I believe. Critical race theory is a divisive racism. It's dividing us by race, and that's our goal. I was shocked to see that prior to the pandemic, half of our students were below proficiency, especially the over 3/4 of the 8th graders were below proficiency in math. I'm even more shocked to see the lack of focus by the school board and administration this last year to address the academic decline and during the pandemic, and the need to bring kids along on what they fell behind during the time out of the classroom. The board and administrators need to take off their social justice warrior helmets, get out of the Dane County Equity Consortium, and let teachers spend more time with students instead of reviewing racist trash books.
Jack, so you're over 5 minutes.
All right, very good. Let's see, one last thing. Parents expect kids to learn language arts and math. They shouldn't be subjected to divisive racist ideologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jack. So Brad is not here. Brad is by phone. So Craig Geezy, could you come up to the mic and get ready while I call Brad? You're going to pass? Becky Colliard, could you get ready? Yeah, I'm getting there, It's a juggling act.
We're sorry. You must first...
Sorry, Brad doesn't have a 608. Oh, he does have a 608. Speaker, mic.
We're sorry. You must first dial a 1 or... We're sorry.
608 number. I still need to dial an 8 though, right? Maybe it's not 608? Yeah, because it's 931, so that's not one of our exchanges, is it? Okay. Do you want to do an internet search on Brad Iverson and see if you can find a phone or something? Or if Brad is watching, he could Craig, you said you wanted to pass. Becky, Steve is next after Becky, Steve Colliard. So Steve, can you come up to the mic and get ready? He's leaving. Becky, go ahead.
Dear school board members, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to start off with a big thank you. I would like to offer thanks for making the decision you made at last month's school board meeting by allowing our children in grades 7 to 12 to return to school mask-free. I am very strongly opposed to our children wearing masks, but I feel like we have finally, after a year and a half, taken a step in the right direction. I feel like a victory was won, a victory for our kids, a victory that was long overdue. Unfortunately, I can only speak on behalf of the age group of the high schoolers because that is the age of my children that attend Lodi. I'm sure if I had children in the younger grades, I might have prepared a different speech for tonight. I can only imagine what sorts of challenges wearing a mask presents for younger children and the teachers trying to teach them. But I have two high schoolers this year, a freshman and a junior. I don't know if any of you school board members have high schoolers in the school here, but if there are any of you who do, you would certainly understand how I feel when I say how joyous it has been these last few weeks to see our kids returning to school in an almost normal high school setting. The joy comes from seeing the excitement that simply radiates from them each day. If you don't have high schoolers, I encourage you to spend some time with some, or better yet, spend some time walking the halls of the high school and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Their joy is almost palpable. It's almost like a physical presence. Their mental health is finally beginning to return to where it should be. They're social, they're laughing, they're goofing around, they're excited, and they're optimistic. And it's because they can finally just be teenagers, living each day like they should be, without the unnecessary restrictions of masks, without headaches, without breathing issues, without breathing carbon dioxide all day, and without the social barriers that come with wearing masks. So thank you very much. I understand, however, that all that is in jeopardy tonight, and that really saddens me. I have read your medical advisory report, and I see the recommendations to throw those masks right back on the kids. Doing so will eliminate the progress that these kids have made. I also see the recommendations to have those who are not vaccinated quarantined if they have been exposed. I'm not sure how you will determine who is vaccinated and who is not exactly, but that's beside the point. It's widely known that vaccinated individuals can spread and contract the virus, so it makes no sense to single out individuals who are unvaccinated. I would also like to ask you how the beginning of the school year has gone with the current mitigation strategies in place. That is, having masks optional and no quarantining without symptoms present. We're a few weeks in now. Have you noticed any massive outbreaks? Is COVID circling the school? I can tell you the only thing that I've noticed circling the school is teenagers who are acting like teenagers, laughing, being social, playing sports, living their lives and being excited to do so. It's an amazing sight and even a more amazing feeling. It's like freedom for our kids and it's long overdue. I truly appreciate the comment made last time by Vince Breinig when he was expressing support for having masks optional for grades 7 through 12, where he stated that the families with children in that age group have decided for themselves whether or not they want the vaccine, and they have had ample opportunity to get the vaccine if they wish. There's no longer a need to mask those children and staff if they don't want to. Those that have not vaccinated know the risks of making that decision and have decided that the mental and physical health of their children is worth it. Families are making sound, logical decisions about their health, and it's about time they've been allowed to do so. Allowing our children to attend school and play sports mask-free is a positive step forward for these kids, mentally and physically, and masking our children now would be a huge step backwards. There's no logical reason to mask them up now. In fact, as my husband will demonstrate in a little bit, and as others in the past have demonstrated, it's actually quite detrimental and even dangerous to be wearing a mask all day. So it seems strange to me to ignore that. So I'm here tonight to encourage you, plead with you, and implore you to make the best decision for our kids and to keep the current mitigation strategies in place for grades 7 through 12. Although I can't speak for the lower grades, I do greatly support those families with children in those grades who want to keep the masks off their kids as well. I have seen what can be done without them. Keep the masks off our kids and let them go to school like they should. Thank you.
Steve, before you start talking, Paula Ton, could you come up to this mic and get ready? And then, go ahead, Steve, you can go.
Good evening, school board members, Administrator Breinig, and everyone here. If you haven't noticed, I've been here in front of you guys many times in the last year. My stance in support of getting sports going last fall, in getting the kids back in school, in removing masks from our children has not changed. I appreciate the time that you've given me. Unlike my wife, who's very eloquent in her writing and speaking, I'm not. But tonight I just am here to give a simple presentation about what I think is a potential long-term detriment to restricting airflow into our children's lungs. There's studies saying that it's not a problem. There's studies saying that there is a problem. We don't know where to turn. There's flip-flopping. There's any other word you want to use for it to determine what is the right course of action. And I appreciate I understand the difficulty in coming up with this, and I appreciate everyone's stories and news headlines and other things like that. I'm glad we're here to be able to talk about it. What I have here, I'm an electrician. Regularly, I go into manholes or confined spaces. This is a 4-gas meter, often used to detect hazardous situations, detects lower and upper explosive limits. Anyone that might be familiar with the fire service, they have the same thing. It samples the air. We go out into the manhole, we drop this in, and just lets it hang. If there is any sort of alarm, by OSHA standards, we're required to get out and seek cleaner air for the protection of the workers. In the meantime, we're also harnessed, connected to a tripod so that if we need to get out, we can get pulled out. My demonstration today is just to sample the air between my mouth and my mask. And this is a cloth mask, worn properly, tightly fitted, which is what is required by the, or spoken of by the CDC. Sitting on the ground here because I have a long hose, I can't hold it all. You can see this, I have a red piece of tape here to show 1 inch of the sampling tube. And this 1 inch will just go in here and sit against my cheek. I'm not putting it in my mouth, I'm not doing anything like that. Put this back in here, and I can continue to talk with my mask on. Hopefully this works because it worked at home, otherwise I look pretty stupid. Oh, look here, 20.8 is what the normal is. I'm still talking. Sir, could you read that for me? What does that say? 18.9. My mask is even hanging off my face, but yet I'm still talking. Now it's 18.6. Just imagine if someone's running with a mask on or doing anything that might have a mask on. This is an indicator that I need to get into some clean air. And again, I'm breathing air right out of my nose. My nose is hanging out, and it's still alarming. 16%. Now, I tried it with both that kind of mask and a medical mask with the same result. Whether you believe this or not, it's up to you. It's your choice, your opinion. We're all Americans. We have that right. However, we don't know what the long-term effects of restricting airflow into our developing children's bodies and brains. And that goes for children in the lower grades, children going through puberty, children in the upper grades. Because as we all know, We're still developing brain function and development well past our 18th birthday. So I'm afraid that we're going to constantly be doing this and pushing for this type of mitigation of COVID, which, as someone stated earlier, it's going to be here. It's going to be here forever. But what are we doing to our children in the long term? That is a scary thing for me to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Paula. So Jim Schmidlin, could you come up to this mic and get ready to talk? Go ahead, Paula.
Hello, my name is Paula Ton. I have lived in Lodi for 16 years, and I have been an educator for the School District of Lodi for that entire time. I have 2 children in the Lodi Elementary School. I'm a taxpayer in the city of Lodi, and I'm a business owner as well. The first thing I'd like to do is, of course, thank you for all of the work that the board and administration and educators have done for the School District of Lodi. This has been the most difficult time to be an elected official and an educator, and I am so proud to be a part of the staff. I am so joyful to send my boys to school with educators at the School District of Lodi each and every day. I would just like to take this time not only to thank you, but also to reassure people that are listening that the doubt that is cast on the School District of Lodi is part of a nationwide initiative to discredit the work of what educators are doing. And I can tell you as a mother and as a person who purchases curriculum materials, as a person who has 2 master's degrees in children's literature, as a person who understands that children learn best when we attend to their social and emotional health, which means attending to their identities, attending to how, if they had breakfast in the morning, attending to how much of belonging that they feel in school. When we attend to those things, then we can do the work that educators do. And educators do a science and they do an art. And an art is the relationship building that we do with students every day. And the science is looking at learning targets and curriculum and standards and making that happen. The people that work in the School District of Lodi, the people on the Board of Education, Vince Breinig, our administrators, are excellent educators that are doing what is best for children. So I would like to reassure students listening. I would like to reassure parents who are just like doing the best they can right now to like wash dishes and get the bags packed for tomorrow and don't pay attention to school board meetings because they're too busy parenting and taking care of their kids. That where they are attending and the people that are caring and teaching for their children every single day are amazing, and I am proud to be a part of it.
Okay, thank you. So Jim's not here, Jim Schmidlin? Okay, Monica Simpson, and then, so if Monica could come to this mic. And then Ann Lemke could come to that mic. Ann what?
Ann's on the phone.
Oh, Ann's on the phone, thank you. So just Monica, and you can go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Short. My name is Monica Simpson. My husband and I have 5 kids in the Lodi School District. I'm here to discuss my concerns with the equity initiatives, how they are unbalanced, and what they have missed. You have to forgive me for being late to this issue. First half of this year, we had a family medical emergency. This summer, we weathered COVID, and I'm still catching up. Through it all, your faculty and staff have been so extremely supportive. They've offered help, meals, and even prayers. We couldn't have come to a better community than Lodi, Wisconsin. We came here last year after almost 20 years in Madison, looking for a smaller high school where everyone was accepted, not just those with progressive politics. I've seen equity initiatives and the harm they do to a school. Students are talked to about conservative bumper stickers. Excellent teachers leave for less pay at a private school that doesn't force them out if they don't go against their politics or their conscience. Equity initiatives in schools do not unify. They are divisive. They cut out people and ideas that are against a very liberal agenda. My Madison friends who have been to the very same seminars your teachers have will confirm this. All you have to do is look at the sources of your initiatives are drawing from, and I'd like to refer to the list of initiatives you showed us in May. The Welcoming Schools training your secondary school teachers attended is an initiative of the Human Rights Campaign, which is extremely left-leaning in values. There, why you see some teachers adding pronouns at the bottom of their emails. That will be optional this year and required next year when staff has been so trained, whether they want to or not. It seems innocent, but the end result is to let those who do not follow know they are hateful and unwelcome. I've seen teachers pressured to leave over this. Most of these teachers have welcomed and loved students no matter what, by the way. They don't need an extra signature line to prove it. The Dane County Equity Consortium wants students to understand how deeply rooted racism is in society and schools, which is the very gist of critical race theory you say you're not teaching. These are just a few examples of liberal agendas. Every other training listed is directed by extremely leftist-leaning groups. As a Christian, I would be thrilled with prayer in schools and kids learning how much Jesus loves them. But this would be inappropriate in a public school and would cut out those who aren't Christian. Like you say in district communications, all means all. But judging by the trainings your board and staff are attending, all doesn't mean all. All means all who have the correct politics. By the way, that phrase is boosted from the Human Rights Campaign tagline, everyone means everyone. Give our kids a break. Not only are they worried about academics, social life activities, and prepping for their future, they're doing so in the middle of a pandemic. They are digital natives living through their smartphones and networks on Snapchat, Instagram, and whatever chat board was just invented. They don't need one more thing to tell them they're not doing something else wrong. Furthermore, these theories and trainings filter down to our kids. Speaking of technology, I didn't see one piece come home with tips helping your kid manage social networks, tips on device usage, tips on managing sexting or online bullying. I didn't have a high schooler last year, so maybe I missed that. Like it or not, tech is here to stay, but like it or not, the stats on how it is detrimental to a kid's mental health to abuse these technologies are stark. They get kids thinking they're connected to like-minded peers online, and when they are confronted with political difference in real life, it is too much. Outrage is hashtagged, and it can lead to a lot of unnecessary discontent. It's another piece that can prompt suicidal ideation, and that scares me. If you are concerned about mental health, we need to see more done to mitigate this. It is just as key, if not more so, than equity initiatives. My neighbor is a retired guidance counselor. He didn't leave for age or health. It was because his guidance time was overrun with social media disputes when it used to be free for college counseling and connecting with students. Please, please do not be led by hashtags of the top news stories of the day. I know you're going to go through with these equity initiatives. I'm glad I know where your information is coming from so I can tailor how I talk to my children at home. I would like the kids from all backgrounds to be comfortable here in Lodi, but these initiatives will shut out students and teachers with the wrong politics. Finally, I would like you to consider adding a piece on mental health and social networks if you are going to be studying discontent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. While I call Ann, could Teresa Valencia get ready?
Hello, this is Ann.
Hi, Ann. This is Adam Steinberg at the school board. It's your time to talk.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. So, as Adam said, my name is Ann Lemke. I am a town of Lodi resident. I'm also a parent of 2 students at Lodi Middle School, and I teach special education at Lodi High School. Tonight, I wanted to thank the Board of Education and administration for the tremendous amount of time and energy you have put in and continue to put in with navigating our district through this global pandemic. It's evident that you have the best interests of the safety of our students, including the rights and the safety of students with disabilities, the safety of our staff, and the safety of our community. And so for that, I thank you. Thank you to all of the parents and caregivers that entrust us with your children. Lastly, thank you to my colleagues who have shown us and continue to show us that they are there for our students. They show up and they continue to show up as well. This is Lodi Pride, and thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ian. So, Teresa, hang on one second. Heather Barron, could you come to the other mic and get ready? Okay, go ahead, Teresa.
Thank you. I am Teresa Valencia. I'm going to come with my remarks that I kind of prepared, and then I have a few other remarks. I really came to just thank all of the board members, and a lot of people have already said it. This has been very challenging for all of you and our teachers. My kids' teachers have been amazing through all of this. I think it was Mr. Pertzborn that probably called my son if he was a minute late for math class when we were virtual, and he would call his cell phone and my cell phone and my work phone and our home phone, and he would find him. He would find him. I mean, that is dedication. I've had children in this district for 27 years. My oldest daughter is a first grade teacher in another school district. And in those 27 years, I also went to school here. I can't say anything about the education that any of my children have gotten or are getting other than great accolades. They are all well adjusted. They're good kids. My older kids are successful adults. I'm a teacher at Madison College, and questioning what our teachers are doing in the classroom to me is such an insult. And these are the remarks I was not going to say. The part about equity, my husband is from Mexico, and my 3 younger children who are in the school district are from Mexico. And I can't tell you how many times my son sat in the lunchroom while children called him a rapist and a murderer, and him coming home and wanting to not go back to school because it was hell being in school. And maybe some people's children need to learn a little bit more about equity, and if they're not learning it somewhere else, maybe they could learn it at school. My 8-year-old daughter came home and told me she has a new best friend, and can we meet her at the park? This was last summer. This just happened, 8 years old. And she's swinging on the swing with her friend, and my son, who's in 8th grade, was sitting on the swings with them, and they're playing. They played for an hour, and we went home, and we sat down for supper, and my son said, "How well do you know Maite's new best friend?" I said, I don't really know her very well at all. And he said, well, while they were swinging, she said, "You know what I hate about Mexicans? I hate when they go into a fast food restaurant. That's for Americans, not Mexicans. Why do Mexicans speak Spanish when they're here?" As I play it over in my head, it was almost like it was a slapstick, like she was doing some kind of a comedy thing, because, my God, she's 8 years old. But you know what? A little bit of equity training in school wouldn't hurt any of us. I don't get enough of it. I really appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate the input, even of the things that I don't agree with. I try to be very open-minded. I try to understand where other people are coming from. I try to be very inclusive in things with my children and with other children. And I think we all want what is best. We just all need to find a way to come together and make that happen. We really, really need to. We need to set an example for our children. I told my children they could go home. They were here earlier. As I was listening to people talk, there's a lot of white people here. I'm just telling you, it's like fine. I mean, I'm used to it, but for them to hear the discussion on this was getting more and more uncomfortable for me to let them hear it. And no one was inappropriate, no one said anything bad, but when you're talking about we need to learn language arts, if you're not feeling welcome, if you're not feeling a part of that, it's very hard to learn language arts. Thank you.
So Heather, hang on one second. Ann Grove Lloyds, could you come to the other mic and get ready? And then Heather, you can start when you're ready.
Sorry for the next person has to move this back up, but short person problem. Okay, my name is Heather Barron. I live in the city of Lodi. My husband and I grew up in Harmony Grove, and we graduated from Lodi. We've had 2 daughters already go through the district and currently have a son in high school and a son in middle school. I'm here today for not really a specific subject, but more of a generalized idea. The very first time I spoke at a board meeting was last year in August. I was pretty much begging you to have in-person school. Part of it was because that was what I thought was best for my kids. The other part was I just felt like you were opening a can of worms. And here we are. I wanted my kids in the Lodi School District, in your district, the district that voted all of you on this board to represent the school district. A school board is supposed to be making decisions that are best for the education of our children. It is time to step back. No one could have imagined that all of you would have to be dealing with these health decisions. But in reality, you shouldn't be dealing with any of this. And to be honest, you're not qualified to be making these decisions for us. And shame on society for putting it all on you. No one voted for you to make medical decisions for our children. We all have heard Adam say several times, we need to follow the medical experts. But Vince has also said in the past that you can find narrative to support any side of the argument that you want, and that includes medical experts. And I agree with both of you. So now the question is who do you listen to? So thankfully, you asked us parents what we wanted. Majority of us wanted our children unmasked. You shouldn't be making this decision for us. This is a parent's decision, as it should have been from the very beginning. The same argument can be used for what is being taught in our schools. And you have heard a lot of criticism from parents. But are you listening to us? Are you making decisions that are best for our children? Or are you getting caught up in all the politics of it all? Just like the board was voted on to make decisions about our children's education, teachers are hired to teach our children and not force their opinions on others. Unfortunately, from personal experience, actually, let me start over, sorry. I have the highest respect for teachers, and I'm absolutely amazed at what they could do. I could never do what they do. And from personal experience, I have not witnessed teachers forcing their opinions on my kids too much. But 3 out of 4 have come home and said, so-and-so said this about a political thing or something. As I saw it in my mind as highly unprofessional, to be honest, it did spark talks in our house, and it made my kids think about things thoroughly. When I was a student in Lodi, I had several teachers that I never knew their political views. After I graduated and was an adult, I had picked up and learned what their political views were. And I was amazed at how unbiased they were when they were teaching. And it just made me respect them even more. And that's what needs to be done. I know my kids would not be where they are today without the teachers of Lodi. I am extremely impressed with them. But the idea that was brought up about teaching kids or how people are going to be treating people differently because of the color of their skin just scares me, because on both sides that's not right, ever. Any human being, teacher, human being, nobody should be teaching or be judging people on that. So I realize society has a way of making people feel guilty for thinking for themselves. They label it as selfishness and people not caring about others. The problem with that way of thinking is you're actually doing the opposite and taking away people's choice. Again, stop with trying to speak for other people. Stop taking their voice away. Let's encourage that critical thinking that we all want for our children. We want them to think for themselves and stop putting them in categories that they may not belong in. We are not going to agree on everything. That is what is so wonderful about this world. That's what we want in this board. Differing opinions, thoughts, ideas. We also want to think about our district when making decisions. Not Madison, not other districts, not other states. We want you to do what is right for us. We voted you on, not the people living in other districts. My whole idea tonight is about stepping back. Stop trying to make decisions for things that you're not supposed to be making. In the classroom, if we have a viewpoint that's brought up, make sure the other viewpoint is brought up too. Let the kids debate on this. Don't put them down for their views. We are hurting these children by not letting them think for themselves anymore. I seriously fear for the future. Making decisions, right and wrong, is one of the most important lessons in life. And if we continue down this path of trying to speak for people when they are saying the opposite, it is so destructive. This board needs to be making decisions for our children's education, not parenting decisions. Again, we all have certain jobs and purposes in life, so let's all work together and give all people a voice, not a one-sided view. Stop forcing things on people. I'm really worried about what is going to happen to public schools. Board members, please keep listening to us. People are feeling very misrepresented. We all want what's best for our children, so we need to step back and listen to each other and start giving choices and power back to all the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Could Chad Walter come to this mic and get ready? And go ahead, Ann.
Hi, my name is Ann Groves Lloyd. I'm a City of Lodi resident and a very proud 1980, 100 years ago, alumna of Lodi High School. I'm here tonight to simply say thank you to the school board, administration, and faculty and staff of the Lodi School District. The past 18 months have been beyond anything we could have imagined, and your courage, dedication, compassion, and commitment to the safety, well-being, and education of our children is so appreciated. You've had to create ways to deliver the curriculum on a foundation of a constantly shifting and emerging public health pandemic, a truly impossible task. So I thank you for the hours of time spent learning everything you can about a virus most of us had never heard of until March of 2020. I thank you for agonizing over the issues that keep you up at night, knowing that whatever decision you make, you will still have unhappy people. I thank you for being focused enough to tune out the noise, and I thank you for continuing to work hard to do your best for our children. I would like to conclude with a message to our community. No one runs for an elected position for the money or glory. Most of us feel a calling to improve our communities through public service, and that's all we are trying to do. However, I've recently had a friend tell me they are not going to run for re-election on a local municipal board because, in her words, it's not worth it. And I even today found myself wondering the same thing. I implore everyone to have some empathy for people who have the courage to put themselves out there and run for any elected position. Please think about the challenges of the information those elected officials have to consume, the emails they have to respond to, meetings they must attend, and the difficult decisions they must make. We need good people to be willing to do this work, and our democracy requires it. For those who are quick to judge and criticize, I invite you to register for the next election, circulate your nomination papers in December, and get on the spring ballot. And if you're not elected, please consider trusting those who are. Questioning authority is good and healthy, but publicly harassing and continually questioning our friends and neighbors' intentions, ethics, and trustworthiness is taking us down a very dark path. Thank you.
Chad Walter. Chad, are you here? Can you step up to the mic? And then Susie Wimmer, could you get ready on this mic over here? And then Chad, you could start whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name's Chad Walter. I've been a taxpayer for the town of Lodi for the last 12 years. I now have 2 young children. One is in 4K, and the other will be starting 4K next year. I have a few things, but the top one on my list, my son that's in 4K. Last year, he was in early childhood. He's been through speech therapy. I worry about the mask hampering his ability to learn. I guess his teacher, I met her on his first day of school. She seemed like a very great lady, and I've got very high hopes that she's going to do a great job. I have full faith in her. But I was standing right next to her, and I could barely hear her with her mask on. Every single person that has spoken tonight, even the people that want masks, have taken them off to be heard with an amplified speaker system. How is this going to affect our younger children when they're going to have trouble hearing, reading lips, the social cues? I worked at a local business managing young teenagers. They have no social skills anymore. And I'm not saying that's the fault of teachers or the school district or anything like that. With all the distractions in the world nowadays, it's tough. But now we're going to be putting these children in masks. It's only going to make things worse. I look at your guys' recommendation, or the decision you made, that 7 and on up, masks are recommended. So you can have a 7th grader not vaccinated, not wearing a mask, but you can have a 6th grader that is vaccinated that has to wear a mask. I don't like to see this, chosen a little from column A, a little from column B. Last year, COVID was so dangerous, and I do think it is dangerous. I'm not saying it was so dangerous, kids could not be in school. But you guys let them play sports. How is that acceptable? You can't pick a little from column A and a little of column B just so it fits your guys' needs. So I guess I would ask that you let the parents decide for their children. Let your staff decide for themselves. The people that want vaccines have got them. The people that don't want them know the risk they are taking. I understand younger kids, under 12, do not have the ability. But the parents should be able to make that choice for them in their best interest. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. If the masks work, which, they do, they don't, it doesn't matter. If they work and you're concerned about it, wear the mask. Have your child wear the mask. If you're not concerned about it, don't. I mean, we should have the choice to speak for ourselves and to speak for our children. One other thing I wanted to touch on. One thing I wanted to add to that. The World Health Organization recommends children 5 years and younger should not be required to wear masks. In kids 6 to 11, it depends on the situation. What's happening? So I just wanted to throw that out there. I know the CDC says something different, and I think that's part of everybody's issue. There's so much information out there. What do you believe? What do you trust? The other thing I wanted to mention, you guys are talking about doing another referendum. You spent $500,000 to put in a turf football field that was not needed. I mean, I am not against having it, but it was not a necessity. This building here needs a new roof that will probably cost upwards of $100,000. And now you want to ask for more money. I mean, I understand you need money for operational costs to keep things current. But why are we wasting money for something that wasn't needed when we don't have the tax base for it? Thank you.
Thank you. Susie. I'm a visual learner. Okay, so hang on, Susie, don't start yet. Heather Schilling, could you get ready on the other mic while Susie goes? Now go, Susie. Okay.
My name is Susie Wimmer, and I've been a resident of Lodi for 30 years. There are several things that I am passionate about: the education of our children, the elderly, and the disabled. Both of our children were educated in the Lodi School District, and I spent 15 years volunteering in these schools. I know every inch of these buildings. Having a mom who was an educator, I made a sincere effort to do what I could to help in the classroom and beyond. After watching the school board meetings online this summer, I was compelled to read one of the books you recommended to the staff, So You Want to Talk About Race. I also studied the mission statement and work of the Dane County Equity Consortium. I was hoping to get a better understanding of exactly what it is you're trying to promote to our students. I've brought with me my very own personal collection of books that I have read recently and over the years. These authors have thoughtfully written about their racial experiences and give personal insight for solutions to today's fractured society. Based on the equity program being offered and promoted by you, I believe it is safe to say that none of those voices or solutions are even considered. Due to time constraints, I would like to finish by reading you a summary of the open letter written by some of those authors I've highlighted and other highly educated professionals. They're not a fringe group, but a voice for millions of people who feel as they do. I'd be happy to provide you with the entire letter if anybody would ever be interested. It is addressed to the National School Board Association and to the local school boards. And I quote, "Thank you for the vital leadership role you play in ensuring schools empower all of our students to acquire the core American virtues and knowledge essential for citizenship in our racially diverse, multi-ethnic, and pluralistic democracy. A peaceful and prosperous American future must be built on shared understanding of our past that is accurate and truthful, but also celebratory and aspirational. The prevailing narrative of racial grievance has been corrupting the instruction of American history and the humanities for decades, but has accelerated dangerously over the year. The most damaging effect of such instruction fall on lower-income minority children who are implicitly told that they are helpless victims with no power or agency to shape their own futures. Given these urgent crises, the undersigned of this letter submit in the spirit of offering a resource and hopeful path forward for educating our children. We represent a nonpartisan and intellectually diverse Black-led alliance of writers, educators, thinkers, and activists focused on the solutions to our country's greatest challenges in education, culture, race relations, and upward mobility. The Woodson Center's 1776 Unites initiative stands in unqualified opposition of any curricula that depict America as irredeemably racist, teaches that the legacies of slavery, racial segregation, and other appalling crimes are insurmountable, or fail to provide examples from history of Black achievement against the odds. We ask that your schools instead adopt a curricula rather than completely reject our founding values, instead of embrace the ideas of family, faith, and entrepreneurship that have enabled all Americans, including Black Americans, throughout history to move from persecution to prosperity, and will continue to do so for generations to come. We propose including in your schools offering the Woodson Center's 1776 Unite curricula, which maintains a special focus on stories that celebrate Black experience, reject victimhood culture, and showcase the millions of African Americans who have prospered by embracing their country's founding ideals. It is grounded in essential American values upholding continuity, not rupture. The curricula confronts the realities of slavery and racism in American history while also recognizing them as betrayals of our founders' highest principles. The struggle of Americans to rise and realize our own values is part of our story and always has been. Dignity, not grievance. While dealing frankly with the grim realities of racial segregation, it also shows how Black Americans have seized their own destiny and flourished despite restrictions. resilience, not fragility. Knowing the achievements of the past helps students better understand their responsibilities as American citizens, which celebrate individual responsibilities and strength in the face of adversity. Embedded within our achievements of American history are the tools of self-betterment and self-renewal that our country has always deployed on the journey to become a more perfect union. Our children deserve an authentic vision of that story. We ask you, as stewards of public school systems around the country, to lead by example and embrace materials that will inspire the next generation, like those before them, to overcome challenges, achieve their goals, and live in the spirit of service to the common good. Respectfully yours, the members of the Woodson Center's 1776 Unites Initiative, Robert Woodson, Sr., founder and president. Thank you.
Heather Schilling, not, yeah. Okay. Okay.
I guess this is as tall as it gets. So we're actually going to present together, Heather and I, and then Heather's going to speak later on her own. But we prepared something together to say tonight. So I'll start. Heather and I are neighbors. Well, let me start. I should say who I am. I'm Sarah Kieski. I am a Lodi resident. I have 6 children. 3 right now are in the middle school. And I'm also a business owner in the area. And Heather?
I have 2 kids in the school district, 1 in 7th grade, and actually I should say 1 in the district because the 1 in 4K I enrolled at Blessed Trinity, so.
Yeah. Could both of you speak closer to the mic
yes,
so we can hear
sorry.
better?
I thought it was loud.
Thanks.
I might have to hold it. I'm tall. Heather and I are neighbors. During the last election, I proudly posted my Biden sign in my yard, and she enthusiastically hung her Trump flag in her window. We obviously have very different political ideologies. But before the signs and flags, we simply knew each other as friendly neighbors. Our daughters played together and attended each other's birthday parties. She took care of our chickens when we were away on vacation, and my twins entertained her 4-year-old when she was working from home. We are normal, kind, and helpful neighbors and friends.
When recent issues began causing division within our small, tight-knit community, Sarah and I decided to have face-to-face conversations to discuss the friction. We have always shared a love for Lodi, so we talked at length and approached the discussions with a curious versus a disagreeable attitude, and then we talked again. And through these conversations, we learned, we questioned, we disagreed, we compromised, and most importantly, we recognized that we share many areas of agreement. Ultimately, we hold so many similar core values.
While there remains some blue and red in the ways we see the world, we found more purple, more commonality in our beliefs and in the shared vision of the future we want for our kids. And in the end, that's why we're all here, for our children. So here are some of our common values. Here's some of the purple we found. We both love our children.
We both have our children's best interests at heart.
We believe education is important.
We appreciate the teachers, the administration, and the school board.
We want our children to be safe at school.
We believe every child has inherent value and worth.
We want our children to have a non-judgmental learning environment.
We believe no one should be shamed for their differences or should suffer degrading treatment.
We believe that everyone has a right to their opinion.
We believe authority can be questioned but should be treated respectfully.
We believe parents should know that what their children are being taught.
We want transparency and consistent, frequent communication between our school and the community it serves.
We believe personal, political views of school staff should not be forced on students.
We want children to be provided with the supports they individually need to help them thrive academically.
We believe that diversity should be represented in the classroom teaching materials.
We believe in inclusivity, the intentional integration of everyone into the classroom.
We believe there is no place for racism, sexism, homophobia, religious discrimination, etc., in our schools.
We want our children to be taught from an unbiased point of view, using factual information, not personal opinions.
We want children to hear opposing views, if they are both supported by relatively equal reliable sources, data, study.
We believe that some emotional discomfort may be appropriate for learning, but shaming students is never acceptable. Sarah and I definitely do not have all the answers or the solutions, but we started the conversation and we feel that is something. Sometimes conversations need to be uncomfortable to be transformative. Sometimes people have to check their own biases to make sure that the thoughts and opinions they have are coming from a place of consistent reasoning and not just emotion. And sometimes you have to step outside of your own experience and see things from another perspective to truly grow. Both of us would love to see that happen in Lodi. We encourage each and every one of you to challenge yourself by talking with someone that doesn't share your political or ideological view, but to focus first on what your common goals and experiences are and build from there.
We all know that there are some issues that can and have pulled us apart, but there are so many more common goals that glue us together. Our glue is the purple, those collective values and aspirations we strive toward for the betterment of our children and our community. This is what unites us and lifts us and gives us our shared story, our Lodi pride. But we must remember that neither side can achieve big and meaningful goals alone. In a society, in a school board, in a school district, we must have the active cooperation of both sides to move forward. Otherwise, we are rowing in different directions and we stay stuck, or worse yet, we split apart. A community will languish divided and can only thrive united. So during these difficult times, let's find our glue, let's focus more on the purple. While doing so, let's allow each other the right to hold different views and to disagree, but let's also accept the responsibility we each have to nurture the glue that binds us and allows us all to rise together. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Janelle Anderson and Iris Barrow. Is Iris here? Okay, thank you. So you're on the other mic there. Go ahead, Janelle.
Hi there, my name's Janelle Anderson. I have lived in Lodi for 21 years, and I was Iris Barrow's teacher, I'm just saying. She was awesome. You guys, she was really good. So watch out, I'm sure she's gonna say some good stuff. I'm also really proud to have been the teacher of several people that have spoken, Tyler, Ben, and really proud to have been a teacher in Lodi for 13 years. And I am also, I have to shout out to many retired teachers in this room, Mark Cole, Stan Roosh, Lyle Hendrickson, who's back here? Oh, Larry and Judy Wieland, sorry, I almost forgot them. These are the people who taught me. These are the people who came before me, and I feel a great debt to them. That's why I'm here, despite the fact that I am no longer teaching in the school district. I live here, but I'm also an education policy researcher at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I could bore all of you with, like I do with my students, with many, many facts and details about this critical race theory movement that I think is obscured even to the people who are engaged in it. And so I'm saying this so that some of you have a sense of where this is coming from, because I think there is an impression that all of this anti-critical race theory, anti-equity movement is something that was born of genuine concern within our community. And I'm not suggesting that there are people here who aren't genuinely concerned, but what I'm suggesting is that the timeline and the evidence shows that that concern is actually born out of a really cynical political movement intended to make you afraid, intended to make you doubt this incredible school where Larry Wieland taught your kids, where Mark Cole taught kids how to stand before mics and do this, right? This school, this place. You are being led to mistrust the teachers who stay after school when you are late from work to pick your kids up, right? Like, these teachers are to be trusted. This notion, and I appreciate what was said about the Woodson Institute and some of these other organizations, but these institutions are suggesting teachers are doing things they are not doing. The notion that teachers are going into schools and just telling kids what to believe politically. Look, I had parents when I taught accuse me of all kinds of things, accuse me of, changing grades for reasons that weren't based on, performance, for saying things that I didn't say. I actually had parents suggest that I was radically left-wing, and I had parents refreshingly suggest that I was radically right-wing. Mark Cole was there for that parent conference. That was an interesting night. I mean, I just think like this kind of stuff happens to teachers all the time, but the problem is teachers don't get up and defend themselves because they are professionals who aren't going to talk about you in a public forum and say terrible things about you the way you are willing to say about them. What the heck? These teachers are working hard, they are training, they are listening, and they are thinking about kids like Kendall Woodley, who I had as the first African American student in my classroom. And I saw him walk in a sea of white faces, and I knew he was afraid. Because being a person of color, being a trans kid, being a person who is gay in this community, in many places, is hard. And so it is the work of teachers to join with those kids and try to create classrooms that are spaces where those kids feel welcome. And reading books and studying all kinds of literature is part of that. Having librarians who give you that literature to read and review is part of that work. I mean, teachers work really hard. We all know that. I know that you guys all love teachers, but I would suggest that loving teachers is about trusting them, talking to them, and I promise we won't believe what your kids say about you at home, right? Like the old saying goes, if you stop immediately believing the worst things about us when they come home. I'm so glad that I got to follow that beautiful exchange that just happened. May we live that, right? And get off of these social media posts, which are so toxic. There are people in this room who are saying really nice things, but then going home and posting really nasty things. So get off of it and stop doing it and trust teachers. They are worthy of your trust, I promise. Thank you. That's all.
Could I have Paul Radspinner come up to that mic and get ready while Iris goes? Thank you, Iris.
Hello, my name is Iris Barrow, and I'm a resident and former student of the Lodi School District. First off, I would like to thank the school board, administration, and teachers for all you've been doing during these hard and pressing times. Your dedication, passion, and hard work has not gone unnoticed. Secondly, I personally believe the school board should follow the CDC guidelines when it comes to deciding to wear masks or not. In my mind, masks are like wearing a seatbelt. Seatbelts are not 100% guarantee that you won't die in a car crash, but they greatly increase your odds of surviving. Some people are right. The masks are not 100% effective, but they do increase your odds of not getting and spreading the virus. Lastly, I would like to voice my support for a curriculum that encourages dialogue about equality, diversity, and racism. It is my belief that these are critical conversations that should be integrated into the education of our students. As someone who identifies in the LGBTQ community, I know firsthand how important it is that we continue to build a community where everyone feels welcome, supported, and their differences are celebrated. I trust our administration and teachers to educate our students, to use these topics to break down bias barriers and create a chance for people to see the world through a different set of lenses that they normally wouldn't see, which then can create understanding and compassion for one another. At the end of the day, I believe everyone wants the same thing: love, acceptance, and belonging. I hope together we can make a school district and community where everyone feels where they belong. Thank you.
So I have Lawrence Wood come to the mic and get ready while Paul goes. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. I just want to compliment the two women who talked. I mean, that was the end of my comments, was we need more of that. And that was just fantastic. I mean, I almost just want to sit down and say thanks. You probably want me to sit down. But the other thing is the comment made about where information is coming from. We should all challenge ourselves to check that out. The Woodson Center, I'm not criticizing them, but they were started in the 1980s, and they came from a founder or a main consultant at the American Enterprise Institute, so they are on the right side. I'm not saying that's bad, good, and different, but we should all know where this is coming from. So I want to thank the members of the school board. I know you care about these kids and the staff, and you wouldn't be here otherwise. Most of us realize you do this as a commitment to the community. And my wife Kim and I both thank you for doing what at times like these must seem like a thankless job. When I put together my thoughts for tonight, I was thinking of the work I do on a daily basis with some of the world's top virologists, infectious disease specialists, and epidemiologists. I had all the facts and figures and scientific data that support taking preventative measures to protect our kids from harm. And again, that's why we're all here, to do what is probably the most important thing to all of us, regardless of what our views are, and that is to educate and protect our kids from harm. But I gave up on that idea of using facts and figures because unfortunately facts don't seem to matter anymore. A Facebook group can be started one day and all of a sudden we have a new crop of virologists and epidemiologists who've become experts overnight. Cliff notes seem to be the way to get there. Should make it great for me to start hiring more people. And that's the part I struggle with. You see, as I said, I work with virologists and chemists and biologists and physicians every day, and I'm in awe of how difficult it is to understand the complexity of the human body, let alone its reaction to infectious disease, and especially to a virus that's been with us less than 2 years. What I'm most impressed with about these people, these scientists, is that despite their extensive training and knowledge, the vast majority of them are humbled by how little they really know. That humility is what makes science, to me, so valuable. And the data I was looking at, I was going to use, was aimed at the board as well as the community. Again, thank you for all that you do and for being here. I compliment you on making tough decisions last year, even though at times you may have seemed extremely unpopular. But this school year, I was going to challenge you to make better decisions and not to fall to political pressure. Someone else earlier said a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. I agree. And I assure you that you emulated, to me, the judgment of Solomon with the mask decision recently when you required masks for younger kids but left middle and high schoolers in the Wild West. Why not green-eyed students wearing them and blue-eyed without? You also showed poor judgment in not wearing masks yourself at a meeting. That's unacceptable, to tell others that they have to wear them and you don't wear them. That's not okay. That's do as I say, not as I do, and it creates a lot of dissonance in our community, and rightfully so. Now, what worries, I'm going to skip that part. So tonight, I just wanted to say that this too shall pass. We'll get past this. Some kids will get sick. Some will not. Some may get hospitalized, but most, if any, will not. And it's highly unlikely, and God forbid, that a child should die from this virus in ours or any community. There have only been 3 deaths of kids in this state, only, quotation marks, and only 444 in the nation. But I say only and cringe because I can't imagine the pain that those parents went through and will go through their entire lives. And I know that virtually everyone in this room and in this community feels the exact same way. And if I could have done anything to go back in time to prevent those kids from dying, to give those grieving parents respite, I would do so. And that's what troubles me the most. We're arguing over paper or cloth masks. Did you know about 100 kids every year die from bicycle accidents? Only 100. The odds of your kids dying from falling off or getting hit while on a bike are less than dying from COVID. But we all, most of us, want to put a helmet on our kids to make sure they don't damage their head or die. And why? Because we can't stand the thought of what if. So if a mask had saved one or more of those 444 kids, including the 3 in Wisconsin, would you support it? If you could be guaranteed that they would survive, would you support the mask? And if you could only improve those odds to 50-50, would you support it? 20% chance? I just have to believe the majority of this caring community that I've come to love for all of the reasons that I've previously talked about would do that for those parents and those kids. So let's think about the kids first and leave the politics for election years. It would also be great to bring a little more civility back to the community. Let's stop yelling and start listening again. Let's think about one another a little more. Thanks.
Thank you. Lawrence Wood, did you want to speak? Okay, Tess Carr, and then also on the other mic, can I have Ryan Meyer? Go ahead, Tess.
Hi, my name's Tess Carr, and I have 3 kids in the school district, and we've attended all the schools, the old primary, new primary, elementary, OSC, middle school, and high school. Lodi has great teachers. Our teachers are dedicated to our kids' education and well-being. This came home very early when I was asking Michelle Howe, middle school science teacher, about her plan to deal with students who may have attention deficits. She replied, "If I'm not getting the information through, then I'm not doing my job." She then proceeded to inspire academic success and a love of science in the 2 of my children who've been lucky enough to have her class. Lodi also has professional, smart, and committed administrators. In the very rare cases when I've had concerns, our administration has responded immediately. Lodi principals and staff listen to parents and put the students' needs first. Their responses have been prompt, appropriate, face-saving to all concerned, and always achieved a satisfactory resolution. The Lodi School Board has been no different. Years ago, a gentleman, I think it was Mr. Whipperfirth, overheard my son and I discussing a minor school bullying incident. The man identified himself as being on the school board and made clear that our board takes seriously the safety and positivity of the school environment. Finally, I've been struck by the support for kids in the entire Lodi community. Heidi Endres was one of the first Lodi voices I ever heard. Our power in Houston had been knocked out by a major storm event right when it was time to sign up for Lodi summer school classes. I missed most of the classes my kids wanted, and I called Heidi. "We saw your flood on the news," she exclaimed. "We want you to have a good first summer in Lodi." And then she bent over backwards to put my kids in classes that they would enjoy. My kids felt welcomed to Lodi before they even arrived. Soon, of course, I learned about all the community enrichment and support offered by Crew, Reach Out Lodi, the Optimist Club, the Ice Age Trail, community fundraisers for children who are ill, supportive yard signs for kids, and on and on. As my realtor told me when we were house shopping, "You're gonna like Lodi. It's a special place." Our kids are lucky to have these special teachers, administration, board, and community. With this in mind, I have 2 requests. First, to Lodi citizens, let's not take this good luck for granted. Being a teacher is tough. Being an administrator and school board member has also not been a cakewalk lately. But not only are these public servants continuing to do their job under the adverse conditions of the last year and a half, they're good at their jobs. Not every school district is so lucky. Let's let these guys know we appreciate them. If we're worried about a curriculum, let's attend a class or 2, or at least speak directly and civilly with the teacher. If we disagree with a mask policy, let's email the board members respectfully, keeping in mind the bigger picture that they're doing their job as well as they can to protect and educate all our kids. I may disagree with our board at times, but I appreciate their hard and thoughtful work, and I should probably say more often thank you. Second, to both Lodi citizens and to our board, if ever a community embodied the principle of we, not me, it's Lodi. Lodi is cohesive and caring. It startles me to hear a few voices say, "If you want your kids masked, then mask them. I don't have to mask mine." The statement, "So mask your own kid," is like saying, "So don't pee in the pool if you don't want to." This is at odds with the Lodi character I have observed. which is so plainly civic, community-minded, and kid-first. As we know from the overwhelming consensus of worldwide public and private health data, not from news commentators, opinion pieces, internet memes, quack doctors, or unreplicated and unsubstantiated studies, masking works, and it's a community solution more than an individual one. My kid's mask protects other Lodi kids, as well as Lodi teachers. As well as Lodi teachers, as well as at-risk Lodi community members. Not all of us are able to be vaccinated or to avoid high-risk infections, even if we are. Please let the board bring our kids back into the buildings in the safest way possible for all community members. And currently, the leading recommendations for this include universal masking for all grade levels. On behalf of my at-risk neighbors, and specifically of my own family, which includes a daughter who has pre-existing health conditions and is too young to be vaccinated, please act for We Not Me and implement universal masking throughout the school district. Pediatric hospitals in some parts of the country have been overflowing with Delta variant patients. Please require masking for all Lodi students until the data change and precautions to keep our kids and community safe can be reasonably revised. Following the data is a proven recipe for keeping our kids in person and with as few absences and shutdowns as possible. Let's keep what we've got here in Lodi. Let's keep our schools open, excellent educators, and community spirit. Thank you, and sorry for the shouting, but you can make yourself heard through the mask.
Stephanie?
Well, so Ryan Meyer's my husband,
Right.
and I have his speech, and so we were both signed up.
Hang on. So
Okay.
while you're there, Bill Beers, could you step up and get ready at that mic?
So I'm hoping in the time that I'll be able to cover both mine and his speech.
Okay, you're both on here, so
Oh, separately though.
Separately,
But
yes.
I'm going to try to do it in one shot.
thank you.
So hi everyone, my name is Ryan Meyer, and my family and I have lived in Lodi for almost 3 years now. We love it here. I especially love Lodi Crew Boot Camp. Thanks, Diana. And we're looking forward to our children learning and growing here. I just want to take this opportunity to share some thoughts I wrote down for what they're worth. I'll start off by saying I am no expert in viruses or in education. I gladly defer to the professionals with the years of experience on both those subjects. I have, however, in my profession had to propose projects to the public that some people may not like. It has been my experience in those cases that only a small portion of the people that will be impacted by a project will show up to public meetings. Usually that small percentage of people are the ones who are most vocal, and sometimes those people are not in support of what we are proposing. In cases like that, it has always been very helpful to have stakeholders at a meeting who are in support. It can be very easy to think that since the majority of the people in the room are opposed, everyone in the greater community is opposed to what you're doing, when that is actually not the case. And so my purpose here is to simply voice my support and appreciation for the board and the tough decisions they've been making. I appreciate they have looked to experts for guidance when making decisions that will impact my children and the community. I'm thankful that they have done the best of their ability to make smart decisions based on science, data, and their experience in education and not political pressure. I'm thankful that they are attempting to help us, help our children, learn from the mistakes of others to become kind, thoughtful adults. I know it's not an easy position to be in, but I hope you realize that there are a lot of people in our community who trust in your expertise and appreciate everything you are doing. Thank you. So thank you so much for giving me the time and space to speak today. I'm here to express my gratitude to you and to the teachers of Lodi School District. I'll start with you, dear board members. Thank you for doing this work. I want to recognize and acknowledge that in this contentious environment, doing your work has become ever more difficult with consequences seeping into your professional and personal lives. I know this added layer is not something you expected or should be asked of you, but I am grateful that you are continuing to tread on in this face of adversity. Honestly, in the time that my children have attended Lodi schools, I've not agreed with you on every decision you've made, but I won't dwell on this. What I do want to do is applaud you, specifically in those times when you not only listen to experts who have spent lifetimes studying their areas of expertise, but specifically to those times when you heeded their advice. Thank you for making the decisions to support best practices in keeping our children and communities safe, especially for their educators. Thank you for listening to the varying opinions and perspectives within our community and making sure our environment is moving towards a truly inclusive and equitable direction. My children are so excited to see their friends represented in curriculum. Thank you for understanding critical thinking involves multiple perspectives and acknowledging that a single narrative is not representative of our community. Thank you for your work supporting our district and SEL initiatives. It's that work that makes my children's experiences better, and to me, this embodies Lodi pride. Next to our dear teachers, the lifeblood of Lodi's educational system. I have struggled with where to even start and how to express my gratitude because it's just not enough. I feel like teachers in society find themselves in this cycle of continual expressions of gratitude with actually nothing being done to address their needs, including systems issues educators face, which is one of the many reasons why we have a teacher sub shortage felt here and across the country. Teacher gratitude is starting to feel disingenuous without the necessary attempts to do what is needed to make their roles sustainable. So I will start with a public acknowledgement, Lodi teachers, that your role is having more added to it every year. This is unfair and making it more difficult to do what you want to do. Teach curriculum to help students understand the world and make a difference in it. Thank you for not only embracing these added elements, but doing it with grace. Within this gratitude, I would like to make a promise that I will do all that's within my power to bring attention to the sustainability of your position. I will continue to reference studies like that of Catherine Cohen, who back in pre-pandemic 2012 connected the sustainability of a teacher's workload to student educational outcomes, noting that if a community truly works to make sure teacher needs are met, a teacher is better able to meet the emotional and educational needs of their students. For example, with the Delta variant, our teachers are worried about bringing COVID home. A simple precaution of having students wear a mask has become controversial, and this will impact a teacher's ability to teach students. Teachers want to be in the classroom, but we as a community need to do the simplest of things to ensure we can stay in that classroom. I am grateful for the modeling and respect teachers have shown. I will continue to attend board meetings to advocate on your behalf, teachers, especially by listening to you and highlighting what experts are substantiating educators need in order to support their students. So know this, we are here, we see you, we hear you, we appreciate you, and we want you to have your needs met to do the job you became experts in. So with love and respect, thank you.
Bill Beers. Melissa Brooks. Stephanie Caves. And then can I also have Laura Ostrander on the other mic get ready? Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you. So my message is going to be short. I'm towards the end, I think, hopefully,
Yes.
for you guys. So
Yes, you are.
my message is short and simple, and it's simply thank you. Thank you to the Lodi School Board, administration, teachers, and staff for allowing our children a 5-day per week in-person start to this school year. Thank you. To the Lodi School Board, administration, teachers, staff, and coaches for allowing our children and community members to participate and compete in their extracurricular activities, community enrichment programs, and sporting events. Thank you to the Lodi School Board, administration, teachers, and staff for allowing our children the opportunity to participate this summer in up to 6 weeks of an amazing summer school program. Thank you to the Lodi School Board, administration, teachers, and staff for all they have done and are continuing to do to try to keep our children safe, healthy, and most importantly, in school. And finally, thank you to the Lodi School Board, administration, teachers, and staff for showing our children about rising above, even when others try to pull us down. So no matter what decisions are made tonight, or even in the future, or if I agree or disagree, my message is still simple. Thank you to the Lodi School Board, administration, teachers, and staff You are appreciated.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hi there. Hopefully I'm not too loud. I'm loud without a mic. I'm Laura Ostrander. I am a teacher in another district, and I have 3 children in Lodi. I'm not here to preach. I've had several conversations with people. 20 years ago, I entered education, and for me it became clear that when we look at data, that we're not looking at just the academics of what we're teaching kids with reading, writing, math, but we're really looking at the environment those kids are in when we're teaching them every day. And so for me, I never got into education just solely because I was in it for the academics, but it was because I was bringing the very best out in the students for themselves and in the community that they were in. One thing that I had to do as an educator with a very liberal mind in the last couple months was come to the recognition that I have probably for 20 years been in urban schools and have been learning about equity and bringing it forth in my classrooms in positive ways. And what I realized is that I have traveled a path and had a story that other people haven't traveled with me. And so I had to pause and I had to listen to other people that didn't take that same journey. I had to understand what the fears were, what were the things that people were worried about coming down the lines. And so that took a lot for me to sort of pause myself. And here's some of the things, the agreements I think that I heard, was we all care that kids are in safe environments regardless of their skin color, their sexuality, their gender, etc. This is an agreement. And I think one difference in that I realize as an educator that sits and looks at kids every single day in my classroom is I see that groups of underrepresented students are day and day again called out with biases and stereotypes. And I'm not saying that for an effect to put things down. I'm saying that as a teacher, I see a reality where some students are targeted for those things. That's hard. I'm a white woman, and I'm in a classroom where I have to teach equity, making sure that I'm not putting down white children, but at the same time making sure that I'm lifting an awareness that this is truly happening in our schools. So how do we bring in awareness when we as adults are too afraid to have these conversations? We're polarized, we're divided. We're standing here at a public meeting, but we're not sitting face to face in conversations around the table. Here's the truth. We need equity in our schools because we need to teach our children to do better than what we are doing right now. We need to teach our children to sit across the table, to have conflicting information, to be able to ask clarifying questions, to be able to disagree. It's healthy. The 2 people that stood up here, phenomenal. The woman that brought the books up, I want to read them. I want to read the other perspectives because we do have to bring them to children. So it's not do we focus on equity, it's heck yeah we do. How do we do it? When do we do it together? Not you guys, all of us, because our school districts, our boards, our teachers are committed every single day. I applaud all the parents here from all different sides and community members. Thank you for speaking up. It's time we're having these conversations. Let's get it off of public input. Let's get it at a table, and let's start making a difference for our kids so that they can have conversations that are better in the future.
I'm trying. One more try. Can you? So it's a 608. I don't need a 1, correct?
If it's a 7.
I wondered if you were calling me.
Yes, we are. Hi, Sadie. So you're probably listening at home.
I am. I'm watching live. Hi, my name is Sadie Coons. I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. I'm going outside so I don't hear myself on the TV. So I am a mother of a kindergartner and a second grader, and I just wanted to start off by saying thank you guys so much for the board for setting up the testing site at the high school. It works so slick, and it really came in handy this last week when we unfortunately were like the first family that actually went through it. And unfortunately, my 2 girls ended up testing positive for COVID on the second day of school, and the teachers have absolutely been fantastic, and I just have to give a shout out to Amy because she's such a gem. And I'm just here today to ask for some clarification on quarantines with families with COVID positive members. So this is what happened. So the situation is our second grader and my 2-year-old tested positive. My kindergartner has tested negative twice. My girls got to go back to school and daycare today, but my son is still out until Monday the 20th. And that's a long time. And that's just one quarantine. This could happen multiple times, and him being out of school for 20 days at a time is a really long time. So his 10-day did not start, I've been told, until their 10-day was done because he tested negative. Nowhere in the quarantine guidelines states this. 14 days is the longest mentioned, so my son could technically go back tomorrow if we went by that. So I'm asking for clarification for other parents, and I was asked to talk about this by someone in the school district. This quarantine is fine for my family because I work from home and for myself. However, there are many single parents in our district that probably couldn't do a 20-day quarantine or longer with this guideline. My fear is that with this policy, parents are going to send their kids sick. I want us to be successful and keep sick kids home and our community safe. So I would like to make a suggestion. With our wonderful access to testing on campus, I would like to recommend family members are able to test on day 7 or 8 and return on day 10 or 11 along with their siblings if a negative test is received a second time. I want to say thank you very much again for the foresight of having testing on campus. I was told by the nurse that we are the first school district to have this in Wisconsin, which is amazing. And let's use this amazing resource to get our kids back into school sooner and also keep our community safe. I also want to give a shout out to my kids' teachers. Literally on the first day of school, they were told that they were going to have to also put together things for 2 kids to quarantine on their first day of school, which had probably been crazy for them already. And I just want to show my appreciation for that. Mrs. Clemens and Miss Kelshire are absolutely amazing, and I just want to give them a shout out along with Amy because she's always amazing. So thank you guys, and I would really hope that you could consider revising this a little bit and using the resources that we have to both keep our community safe and get kids back into school sooner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sadie. Okay, so, yes. Yeah, Heather, come on up. Heather.
Hi again.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to bear with me because my IT team, which is my 12-year-old daughter, wasn't able to fix the printer for me, so I'm dealing with what I've got. But I was grateful for the opportunity to get together with a neighbor, you know, people that are on completely different ends of the political spectrum and still find common ground. And I feel like that same thing can happen between the community and the school board and the district. And I feel like a lot of things can be gained from these conversations that cannot be had from emails or even board meetings where things tend to be a little bit more one-sided. I think that the open forum meetings that we had were a step in the right direction, but meetings like that, small table discussions, like you were saying, they need to continue to happen so that everybody is kind of represented and heard in the community. And there's, less confusion about what people want, and people can kind of share where they're coming from. Also, let's see here. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the equity program and what it is that brought people to kind of question it in the first place. It's not out of a place of lack of trust, other than the fact that when you look at the training materials that were provided to the teachers, they were very one-sided and extreme in some natures. One of the speakers that was advocated for was Ibram Kendi, and one of his biggest things is he said that you can't cure past discrimination without current discrimination, and you can't cure current discrimination without future discrimination. And to support somebody so strongly like that and not look at other viewpoints, it scares me, because I feel like it kind of asks for activism in a radical way of our kids. I also made the very hard decision this year not to enroll my kid, my 4K, in the Lodi School District. And not because I don't think Lodi is a wonderful place, but because of the masking decision for her, and because it was the best decision for us. I feel like kids at that age really, really need social cues, and they need that to strive and to be successful. And I was told that I had a wonderful conversation with Amy where, we kind of talked about ways that we could accommodate, and, what it came down to is that she would be in a desk 6 feet away from the kids in the learning pods, and that she would not be allowed to enter those learning pods. And then I had also asked if the teacher could, wear a clear face shield, because I felt like that would be helpful not only for her, but for all of the other kids in the classroom, and that wasn't something that, that Lodi was able to accommodate. So it was a very hard decision. She was going to have Miss Brickle as a teacher. My 12-year-old had Miss Brickle as a teacher. I think she's amazing. I think almost all of Adeline's teachers thus far have been amazing. I think the teachers do an amazing job. I think that some of the examples that were brought up, the classroom examples that were brought up were, tend to be more isolated. But I think we just need to be really careful that we are providing a balanced set of information when we're doing something with equity, because there's a lot of good in equity. I love the fact that it's a program that asks people to be inclusive, that accepts everybody, that makes sure everybody in the classroom is represented. But I feel like you walk kind of a dangerous line when you push all in one direction without considering, the plethora of books that is the example that were placed on the stage. So my ask is that we just continue these conversations, that we consider feedback, and we can talk together in a more of a way that's dialogue, that's back and forth, so that we can all be represented and heard. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank everyone here for attending tonight's meeting, and giving additional thanks to those of you who were brave and stepped up to the microphone to provide public input. It can be very intimidating to do that in a public meeting like this. And so thank you for that. The board is now going to continue the rest of the public meeting, but I'd like to remind everyone that the public input portion of the meeting is now over, okay? And so we're going to have a public meeting. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to leave or do whatever you want to do. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Is that enough time? 10-minute recess? Yeah, we got to do 10, I'm sorry. Because these people who are going to stay also need to go to the bathroom and stuff. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, and we'll continue the rest of the meeting. Okay, it's 9:15 and we're back. And we're on to the consent agenda items. Consent agenda items in this section will be adopted as a group unless a board member requests a specific item to be removed from the consent agenda and addressed separately. We have approval of minutes from the August 9th meeting. We have the vouchers, payroll checks, credit card payments. We have two fundraiser requests from the, wow, let me start all over. We have two fundraiser requests from the FFA, fruit sales and plant sales. We have one fundraiser report from the volleyball team. We have 3 field trip requests from the FFA for the national convention. Under committee recommendations for approval, we have the virtual stipend for teachers who are teaching virtually, and we have approval of special education policy and procedure handbook. There's nothing under other. Under resignation and retirement. Under retirement, we have none. Under resignation, we have elementary school OSC literacy coach, K-12 language arts chair and high school department coordinator. We have the girls basketball coach, middle school basketball coach, middle school head wrestling coach, middle school assistant wrestling coach, 3rd grade teacher, primary school physical education teacher, middle school basketball coach, high school counselor, and grades 3 through 5 social studies department coordinator. Under co-curricular, we have first-year mentors for 6 teachers. We have a volunteer swim coach, 2 of them, high school special education department coordinator, volunteer tennis coach, high school assistant volleyball coaches, middle school volleyball coach to head, middle school volleyball coach, 2 high school assistant volleyball coach, middle school volleyball coach, middle school, high school volunteer volleyball coach, wrestling, high school head coach, assistant, and then 2 assistants at 50%, and then 2 volunteers, and then another assistant, and 3 more volunteers. And then a middle school volunteer. Dance team advisor, we have 1 at 60% and 1 at 40%. Boys basketball, high school, 2 assistants. Middle school head, and 2 more assistants at the middle school. And then we have girls basketball, high school, 2 assistants. And then at the middle school, we have the head coach and an assistant. Under the high school English department, we have a coordinator. We have grades 3 through 5 language arts department coordinator, grades 3 through 5 math department coordinator, high school math department coordinator, K-12 math department coordinator, K-12 foreign language department coordinator, and a volunteer volleyball coach. Under community program crew, we have 3 wage increase and 2 new lifeguards. Under regular staff, we have a 3rd grade teacher, 8th grade language arts teacher, elementary school special education assistant, 4K educational assistant, health assistant, COVID-19 contact tracer for 1 year, long-term substitute under special education assistant, primary school special education assistant, there's 2 of those, high school math teacher, middle school special education assistant, high school counselor, primary school physical education teacher, 3rd grade teacher with a 1-year contract, high school special education assistant, middle school special education assistant, elementary elementary literacy specialist at 0.58% FTE, and a 5th grade long-term substitute. Under personnel other, we have leave without pay requests and a professional improvement reimbursement.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the approval of Natalie Kracha as long-term substitute for 5th grade teacher and the removal of the high school guidance counselor and the removal of the vouchers as requested by Julie McKiernan.
Second.
Okay, so all of that stuff was passed except what Angie was not passed. We have a motion by Angie and a second by Bill. Is there any further discussion on the consent agenda? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Now it's passed 7-0, except for the vouchers that were pulled.
So,
Julie's over there. Sorry, Julie, you're usually over here. You're over there.
okay, yeah. So, there was some public input at our last meeting that was looking at some expenditures of the school district And I had made a request to look into some of those in more detail. So, Brent, did you want me to?
Yep,
Are you ready to list them off?
Yep, I'm ready.
So basically, we just wanted to, most of them were pretty clear what they were, I guess, to us, but as citizens, sometimes it's difficult to understand what those are and what's behind them and what grants we may have received for those items. So Brent's just going to go through those so that it's all clear what those expenditures were.
Yes, and at this point, I would also like to invite board members. I'm not sure if you are comfortable yet, or if you know that if you have a question on a voucher, you can call or email me. And my process with that, long-standing process, is that I will do the research and I will provide that to you, all of you, so whomever makes the question. I know that you've had a long meeting, so I'm going to briefly give a background on those payments, but also understand that this is in the board packet and that community can review this at their time as well. So the first question was a $43,000 grant for COVID relief. At least it was asked that way. This is a grant that is from the Dane County Mental Health and Wellness program. It's going to be overseen by the Director of Student Services, and we are receiving quarterly payments on this, but at the time of the question, there had not been expenses. The grant itself lists 3 uses for the grant, and those are in that description. So I'll just briefly say they're for staff training to support social, emotional needs to middle school and high school age students, purchase of sensory materials to assist with calming spaces in classrooms district-wide, and provide basic needs creation, a fund to support and promote access and remove barriers to mental health supports and treatment, potentially including transportation. The next one was $42,000, Center for Responsive Schools, Inc. That was a course focused on skills and practices of building positive community, effective management, and engaging academics. Participant explored responsive classroom teaching practices, morning meetings, academic choice, rule creation, interactive modeling, and positive teacher language, and responding to misbehavior. The next one is $42,000. Did I just get louder? It was $42,000 AJ Vans Incorporated. There was 2 parts to this. This van is for the transition program. The van is purchased with a wheelchair lift. That's why it's not a $25,000 van. And it's for our students in the 18 to 21-year-old transition program that's housed at the district office. That was paid for by 2 grants. One of those was a grant that was specifically applied for, and we were able to, as you can see, ascertain $25,596. The second one, the backfilling of this van was through the IDEA flow-through grant. We have about $300,000 of that each year. Of that grant that our Director of Student Services allocates to areas of need. Number 4 is $10,000 for Social School EDU. That is a company that manages our social media platform, and I included a link for you to access their website in case you want to learn more about them. Question 5 is $3,000 for Human Rights Campaign. This is for professional development training to the middle school and high school educators utilizing creating LGBTQ and gender-inclusive secondary schools module. Number 6 was an unknown check for SEL program, so if anybody in the community or board has more details on that, I will certainly do the research. 8 was $800 to join the equity program, and that is the cost that we paid for, or that we paid to the annual cost of Dane County Equity Consortium. 8 is $9,000 paid to Brad Cerrone, a district administrator from Sun Prairie, to head off the equity program. This was the question. This was the same district was sued 1 month prior for racism. This was actually in the amount of $8,167.35. Mr. Cerrone led the school district of Lodi in the Lodi strategic planning process. This payment was for those services. $9,000 for Brain Pop. And one thing I would point to the board is you see that the codes, the 10E100, 10E199, 10E201, if you follow that, those are building identification codes, those numbers. So what I would suggest with that is this under letter D, animated educational site for kids, science, social studies, English, math, arts and music, health, technology for grades K through 12. So each school has a part of that, of Brain Pop. And $10,000 made to Sauk Prairie School District. This is for Project Search, and Project Search is a program hosted by the Sauk Prairie School District. This is a partnership with businesses in the Sauk Prairie and other communities, specifically one company, Sauk Prairie Healthcare, where students 18 to 21 in a transition program are placed on a work site for long-term learning of necessary and valuable employment skills. The end goal of this program is to prepare students in the transition program for a career and have them work skill ready. Multiple area schools are utilizing this program. You know, I was in Sauk Prairie for 2 years, so I was part of the team that oversaw this, and there's about 5 or 6 or 7 schools that have kids participating in this program annually. Questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I would like to make a motion then to approve the vouchers section under the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Motion by Julie to second by Terry. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Next to the regular agenda, COVID mitigation discussion and action.
Yeah, so thanks again to everybody who came tonight and shared their thoughts about this. Obviously, this is an ongoing issue that we've had to deal with. As I brought up, most of us didn't run or get here thinking that we'd be dealing with COVID, but we continually have to deal with it. So in this document, I kind of shared the board decision that they made in August, but one of the first things that we talked about in August when we made this decision, and we were going to revisit it in September. I also put together a frequently asked questions document that went out to all parents and is on our website, and based on that decision. But one of the other things we did is we put together a medical advisory committee, something we tried to do last fall as a district, but medical professionals really did not want to jump into the controversial nature of backlash of online school or not online school. So the district talked frequently to medical professionals and took input behind the scenes, but medical professionals were more willing this time, even though some were still hesitant that were reached out to and did not participate. The following doctors participated in that group was Dr. Andrea Chow, who is our current medical advisor for the school district of Lodi and has been for a long time. Dr. Masaru Fukawawa, who is a current medical advisor for River Valley, and our Capital Conference Athletic Conference worked with him a lot last year on COVID protocols for athletics. And he is also, as I said, the medical advisor for River Valley, so very kind of familiar with schools. Dr. Nathan Grunwald, who's a urologic surgeon, he was recommended by the other physicians to be a part of this group. And one of the other things when I reached out to Dr. Chow and Dr. Furukawa, they really wanted to have somebody from the UW be a part of this because they don't get to see what's going on at UW in the ICU units and what UW is seeing, and not just, they see what's in this school district or their own school district, they don't see more of an area-wide. So Dr. Sabrina Butatris was somebody who was also willing to participate. So we met on September 2nd, and the district asked them for their medical recommendation when it comes to COVID. Again, they asked initially, what do you think the board will pass? What do you? And I'm like, that's not what we're asking. What's being asked is the district wants to know what is your recommendation from a medical perspective, because we've heard a couple times today and in other meetings, board members aren't qualified to make this decision. And so we reached out, and their recommendation, and they have a letter that I added in here, but the recommendation is that anybody who's eligible to get a vaccine, get a COVID vaccine. Universal face covering for students, staff, and visitors in all indoor settings. Physical distancing, recommend that students are physical distance as much as possible, especially during times when students don't have masks on, such as cafeterias, snack times, things like that. All symptomatic students and staff be tested and excluded from school until negative test results, and quarantine of all close contacts. I know one of the things I've heard, again, and it wasn't, well, never mind. So they if you look at the letter, one of the things they talked about is why are they making these recommendations? They made their recommendations based on the following principles: the goal of keeping students and staff in the safest environment possible to promote learning, the desire to keep students in an in-person school environment and to minimize the risk of requiring the district to have to pivot to online education, the prevention of transmission of COVID-19 virus at school, the capacity of the district to contact trace and stay ahead of the transmission of the virus to minimize secondary transmission, that schools last year were able to successfully minimize COVID transmission within schools by following these mitigation efforts, wanting to reduce the amount of time students are out of school on quarantine due to potential close contacts with COVID-19 individuals, and then that the district would be monitoring COVID-19 data at the school level, district level, community level, county, and state to make decisions when best to peel back mitigation efforts. They also shared in their letter that they felt that medicine doesn't have all the answers right now when it comes to COVID-19. They learn more about this virus each and every day. However, this recommendation was based on what they felt they currently know best about COVID-19 through their practice and through the medical research. So that is the recommendation from that medical advisory group to this Board of Education. So questions about that, or?
How often are they planning to
Meet?
or update this or provide us with?
Yeah, so I asked if they would meet again in October, in early October for your next board meeting, right? And so they were willing to do that. We met at an evening. This time they want to meet like at lunchtime, so like the week before the next board meeting they would like to meet. Because I also asked them to have enough time to put, so we can, whatever they talked about, they put together. And there's some things that when they met, like they talked about outside, like co-curricular. They don't all agree on like co-curricular, so that's not in here, right? It's like, well, what do you guys agree on? What do you move forward with?
Did they give anything to allude to any kind of metric or anything used
to make a change?
Mm-hmm. Make a change?
Yeah, they would. We talked about that. Like I asked them that question because that was one of the things I said. Like, well, we have a couple neighboring school districts. Actually, everybody who touches us except for Dane County is using a metric. And they didn't like that. And I'm like, why? I kind of like a metric, right? And they're like, it really depends on how many people are testing. If people are getting tested, they're concerned that that's not the best measure, that they would rather see more of what's going on in the district drive that decision-making process than a wider metric.
Didn't you get something that's narrowed down?
Yeah, it can go down to in our school district. I mean, they're talking like in our schools versus like in our district area. Like they would like the decisions made more on what's happening, what are you seeing in your schools for transmission. We'll look at area stuff, but also that, because that was something I would have thought the other way around. I would have been like, but a metric's really nice, right? Because it tells you when you can peel back a little bit. They would not recommend that.
What was that last thing you said then?
They would not recommend going with a metric level like that. And I said, well, I quite ironically, I said, we as a school district had a really nice metric last year, and then we didn't follow it.
We did not
because
follow
we
it.
never had kids back in school, right? Because we followed the metrics based on Harvard and, well, you guys remember all the work we did on
Yes.
putting that together. And then we would have never got to kids back in school if we'd have followed that.
But this group of doctors is willing to meet next month and keep track of this stuff and see where it's at.
Yeah. And again, if there's people who have somebody who else is interested, I mean, because we hear that, like, well, doctor, you can find a doctor that will, I haven't found any local doctors like who would give me anything different than that, right? I would be more than happy to have them join, like, and be a part of this conversation. If there's somebody at the Lodi Clinic or, Find Savior in Portage or somebody that's close to us, right? That would be willing to be a part of that conversation, I would be more than happy to invite them to be a part of it. I do know that, some doctors do not want to be a part of this because it's well, again, we had a room full of people tonight, right? And they have a practice, and so it's a political piece as well. So I do appreciate these doctors being willing to, especially Dr. Chow, because she lives here, and if anybody's going to hear about it, it'll be her, right? And I hope people don't, right? I just asked her for her medical opinion, and that's what she should be giving us, what her best thought is.
What are we doing here, are we doing rapid testing or PCR testing?
PCR. So, great question, and just so people who are watching know, so we, and somebody referenced it, that we were like one of the first. I don't think we were the first, but maybe we were, but thanks to Gene Winter, we reached out, the Department of Health and Human Services, as part of the last stimulus funding that happened at the national level, there was money set aside for testing in school. DHS set up a system through vendors. We were paired with a vendor, NOAA Labs, out of West Allis, and Gene really pushed hard. Like, we need you here now, like week before school starts, so people can get tested, because we need to make it easy as possible for people to get tested. And so we do. We have somebody here 3 hours a day, 9 through 12, behind the school. There was a line today. You can sign up beforehand, though. It makes it much easier. You have to sign up. You have to do that anyhow, so sign up beforehand. And there's a link in that weekly email that all the parents get, the symptom check that they should get every Sunday. It didn't come out till today, but there's a link in there that how you can sign up, and then it'll just give you your results. And our results have been between 18 and 36 hours, but typically in 24 hours we've gotten results back. It just depends on the testing in the state, but it's just a great way. That being said, that's just for our students, our staff, or if you're a parent driving a student to get tested back there, then you can also be tested. But it's not for community members, but the pharmacy in town does free testing as well. So there's other areas, and we also can do testing. We have a couple staff who are working on being like Gene Winter, Rodney Barrow, Nisha are learning how to, are being trained to test, so then they can test, but then we'd have a courier come pick that up and take it as well. So if somebody also has symptoms in the afternoon, and then we could test. But that's all free of charge. The district doesn't pay anything for any of that.
Do you know how many positive cases we've had since school started?
Yeah, so we have had.
So before he answers that, we have to speak into these mics or people will not hear.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, so the question was how many positive tests have we had, or positive cases in the district, and as of so far, we've had 3 positives at the high school, 1 at the middle school, 1 at the elementary OSC, and 2 at the primary school. Close contacts, we would have 37 close contacts at the high school, 25 at the middle school, 5 at the elementary school, and 8 at the primary school. And remember, when you talk about close contacts, right, close contacts is within 6 feet, except in an educational environment where both students are masked. Kids are now not considered close contact unless they're within 3 feet of each other. So that's why those numbers are smaller at the primary and elementary level, and they're bigger at the high school. Plus, high school, middle school, you're traveling. So it's a multiple groups of classes. I know we did have a significant group of kids out today, symptomatic, in this building. And so a bunch were getting tested. So hopefully it's not COVID. There's so many, COVID looks like so many other things to everybody. So. But it also goes the other way, right? So we have, we get calls like rumors of, we heard that this, there was 3 kids in my child's class who were symptomatic, who lost their taste or whatever. And I'm like, well, give us their names. Like, if you find, and typically what we found is that kid is out and getting tested. It's not that parents aren't following through and kids aren't following through.
So I didn't understand, what were the figures again? So it was 2 confirmed cases? Or 3 in high school,
3 at the
1
high
in middle school?
1 at the middle school, 1 at the elementary school, OSC, and 2 at the primary school.
7.
So 7 total in 2, well, not quite 2 weeks.
Yep.
So a total of 7 cases in the time we've had school started.
And those 32 that are close contacts, are they all out on quarantine?
No, because the board decided not to quarantine
that's right.
close contacts unless they were symptomatic. And again, and I would have to double check. So Jean ran these numbers for me at the end of the day. I checked my computer a couple times during public comment because I was waiting for those numbers to come because she had a really busy day today. So I don't know if those close contacts count like students who, like at the high school who would be vaccinated. right? If those 37 also include those. I don't know that, or if they include those or not.
But it's
That makes sense.
possible those 32 close contacts are also not wearing masks.
Oh,
and
yeah.
possibly not vaccinated.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So what type of masking compliance are we seeing at the middle school and high school where they're not, not required to? It's
So,
just a
yeah.
guesstimate.
Yep, so we took a day, and like last week, I would say I put my old high school hat on, like what we do for homecoming for dress-up days, and just picked a day and had them count. Like, just because I knew this question was coming. So last Wednesday, we picked a day and an hour, and they counted. So on September 8th, during during wind time, 37% of the 7th and 8th graders were wearing a mask properly.
How many did you say?
37.
37.
So 37% at the 7th and 8th graders were wearing a mask. During second block that same day at the high school, 7% of our high school students were wearing a mask. And I would say it goes different. Even at the middle school, I would say 7th grade is a higher percentage than 8th grade.
So one of the other questions I had was on if we are meeting guidelines for special education. There was that
Yeah.
memo, I can't remember what government department it was from.
Yeah,
that
there's a
we got
couple.
sent.
Yeah.
Particularly at the middle and high school level, what are we doing to protect those students that have IEPs and special education?
Yeah, so there was there's a Office of Education, Office of Civil Rights is looking into 5 states due to kids worried about kids having access where there are masked bans in place at some state levels. Our DPI put out an issue like saying you need to make sure that you are making sure that schools are accessible to all of your special education kids, because some of your special education kids have underlying health conditions, and so you need to be very careful that if you're not requiring masks, that could cause you not to be providing a free, appropriate public education. That is what a DPI put out. I would say our law firm that we work with would push back against that and say it's kind of looking at an IEP the wrong way. Like, you look at an IEP as an individual education program, and we make accommodations for kids based on their individual needs. We wouldn't look at it as a whole building, right? So there has been some pushback from the superintendent's organization, and I know, like, legally from that stance that the DPI has taken. So I guess that's really the only answer I can give you, is I don't think there's any dire situation for the Office of Civil Rights to come investigate Lodi because we're optional masking, or DPI to do that. But they just they threw that out there.
Okay.
Good job reading your email.
What?
Good job reading your email.
Detailed email.
A lot of that stuff.
I read every one.
I know you do. Our board does a great job of doing that.
So in this quarantine section, they give different options, correct? Am I reading this correctly? 7-day with the test, but 14-day is what they would truly recommend regardless?
No, I think they say, when talking to them, these are the recommendations, and they would go down these in order. Like, they would say, 14-day is by far the best. That's the gold standard, right? We heard that all the time last year, and so, but they would say, again, trying to keep kids in school as much as possible, that they would recommend 7 days, out 7 days with a test. So your quarantine is 7 days, and you return to normal activities on day 8 after PCR-based test on day 5, 6, or 7, and that's a negative test. That would be the recommendation. If you want to be the gold standard, it would be 14, or it's 10 days. Because we have some parents who would say, I'm not going to get a test, then it's 10 days without a test. And then fully vaccinated people, again, they would recommend you getting tested, but they're telling you that you do not have to be quarantined. Because again, we do hear about breakthrough infections, but very small compared to the other infections that are going on. Again, that's what would come from the Medical Advisory Committee. They're the ones that always make the news, just like anything else, right? All the big stories make the news. And so or something that's out of the ordinary. So the breakthrough infections they're not seeing as much, so they would still say that they would follow this. This is their recommendation through practice.
And it makes sense. So if you're willing to get tested or not willing to get tested, or if you have a vaccine or not have a vaccine, you fall into different categories.
Right.
Great, that I understand. But you wouldn't have, you would say 7 day with a test, or 10 days without a test, or 14 days in general. You wouldn't put all three of those necessarily.
Yeah, I would say, what you would say is 7 days with a test, 10 days without a test. If you, as a family, want to choose the safest route, it's the 14-day, right? They've never gone away from 14, because again, they used it last year as a gold standard, which really, as a school, kind of stuck us to 14 days. It's hard to say to anybody, you're not doing the gold standard of healthcare. They've now kind of come down. That's still the safest option, but what they've learned with COVID is that they feel, and there's a little higher risk, but it's an acceptable level of risk of bringing people back after the 7 days with a test.
So with those, you said there's 37 close contacts right now?
At the high school, yep.
At the high school. Do we know when they became close contacts, and do we have data if they're showing any symptoms right now, or if...
We don't have any data on any secondary transmissions at this point. For any of our students.
And Vince, for sports, are we still following the WIAA recommendation?
We are right now, right? WIA would tell you, let's go back. I think the WIA is like, it's outdoors, it's when you're participating, no mask. Right. Indoor, you remember, Joe, is it mask? I think their recommendation is masked indoors. Okay. I can look it up.
And our middle school is under WIA sports, right?
They are not a WIA, we're not a WIA affiliated.
For middle school, just high school.
Yeah. So again, it's a local choice. So WIA just makes a recommendation.
Right.
We have to, it's a local choice of districts. Mm-hmm. We can, once they get to the tournament, right, once we get the regional action or football playoffs or whatever, then we need to follow WIA rules.
Yeah.
Then they will say what you're going to do for quarantines and what you're going to do for masking and things of that nature. But right now, it's all up to the local districts what they're doing. So depending on who you play, you may have to, if you're playing volleyball, right? So my daughter plays 7th grade volleyball. It depends on who she plays and where they play. There's teams she may have to play masked against. There's teams she may not have to. Right now, like if teams come to Lodi, they don't have to mask if she's in 7th grade, right? Because we masked
right.
For K through 6.
Right.
But she could have to go to Baraboo, and I believe she'll have to mask.
Yeah.
So again, I have to look at that specifically, which schools, but it depends on which school. You have to follow whatever the school. So, and then some schools are also doing, I think, you have to mask unless you're actively participating in the sport, right? So that was something we had talked about last year, spring too. Like, but I know when we met as the medical advisory team met, they talked about the amount of transmission that happened during athletics last year were significant compared to anywhere else for high school kids.
And the federal mandate is still everybody's wearing masks on public transportation.
Yes. Yeah, that's been extended. So all of our kids who go to an athletic event or a field trip or anything have to wear a mask. And there's no exemption. You can't have a religious exemption for a bus. Because we've done religious exemptions for our 4K through 6 kids, but that does not carry over to bus because that's the federal mandate.
Yep.
There's no accommodation, but religious accommodation for that.
Can families utilize the school's testing for that second for that test at 7 days, or is that?
Yeah.
do they-
Mhm.
So that,
Yep.
so any of that testing is,
Yep.
okay.
And again, there's other spots in the community. As I said, the pharmacy offers free testing. They can go to their healthcare provider and get testing.
So with this quarantining, because right now you're quarantined if you're symptomatic. If this is the case, do we have any virtual options in line, in place? Because that changes just about everything.
So
For
right,
kids to be out of school that long.
yeah, so right now, each of the buildings have been working on virtual options if a kid gets quarantined. So if every teacher has a plan, or have been working on a plan, if one student gets quarantined versus 3 or 4 students get quarantined versus my whole class gets quarantined, right? They have it's gonna take them a little bit to switch to it, but they've been working on having a plan in place, correct?
Well, and you might end up with a whole family that has COVID.
Say that again?
I said you might end up with a family, different grade levels.
Right, right, and that's what, right, so it's one of the things the board did, we quarantined, after our last decision, we said we were gonna quarantine people who were in a household, because it does, we see it that it transitions through a household frequently. So if one person in the household gets it, it's hard to, especially with the younger children, they can't separate. Again, when my high school senior was a close contact, or my kids when they were home from college were a close contact, there was times I wouldn't see them, right? They're in the basement, and they can take care of themselves, right? We cook them a meal and take it down there and maybe go get the dishes. Otherwise, we just didn't have, when I have a 4-year-old or a 7-year-old, I can't do that. You can't separate that way.
Well, if the students are masked, we'll have fewer quarantines because they would not be quarantined if they are both masked and more than 3 feet apart. Substantially less quarantines than.
Yeah, our close contact numbers would be lower at the high school and middle school level if kids were masked. Again, I'm speaking in general terms, right? I was not involved in any of this contract tracing, so I can't speak to it specifically, but right, you're a close contact. If both people are masked and you're not within 3 feet, you're not a close contact. If one of the parties is not masked, you're within 6 feet of each other, you're a close contact. While sitting in our classrooms, especially at the high school level, we can get you apart. Most of the spots are about 3 feet apart in most classrooms, because we have bigger rooms up there. We can't have you 6 feet apart. It's one of the reasons we couldn't go to, fully in person last year, right? We couldn't get to that 6-foot distance.
Do you feel that what we have in place right now is not working?
It makes me really nervous. I think it's too early for us to know if it's working or not. It really makes me nervous with how Delta has gone through like schools down south and hearing some stories from other schools around the area. I think it'll be a matter of time we'll have a lot of kids with COVID. I can't speak, that's just me conjecturing, right? I don't know for sure. We haven't had a ton of kids with COVID. I'm still holding my breath to see with Lodi Fair and Labor Day weekend and what comes, because there was a lot of people, again, there was outside events, thank goodness, and the weather was nice. But all those things, when you bring people together, always makes me nervous, because every time we've seen spikes, it's been after holidays. And we're going to see, and our spikes are going up. We have always trailed the southern part of the country, right? Because the southern part of the country starts school a little earlier, plus it's hotter, so they come inside, where we're kind of still staying outside. So last year we were trailing behind as well, and then we saw our major spike. The data right now has us continuing to go up, but that could change, right? I hope it does.
We're also only day 8 of school, and
Yeah.
we have 7 cases
Right.
already.
Yep.
And we have cases in every building.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little concerning. What's the cafeteria situation like in the, sorry.
No, that's okay. I might have to turn some of this over to my principals, because what's the cafeteria situation like? Do you guys want to speak to that? Turn that mic on right there.
I mean, I guess I just want to know, like, spacing-wise, I know at the high school you're probably not able to do
At the high school, they're not. I was there today. So they've gone to 3 lunches though, which is very beneficial. Again, having been the former high school principal, it was a much more spaced out. Plus, there was kids outside. They brought some picnic tables. But you still have, kids at the table.
Yeah, so we have round tables, we have long tables. We allowed 6 kids per long table on dots, and round tables 4 kids. Vince mentioned we moved some picnic tables outside, and as long as the weather stays pretty decent, a lot of kids like to go outside, so we mitigate that way. And again, 3 lunches. So we have about 140 kids per lunch. If we would have stayed at 2, it would have been unmanageable as far as keeping them separated. We probably would have put them in different rooms and things like that. And then we also have a snack break, which kids used to be able to come down and just hang out in the commons to eat, but that would have been 400 some students down at the commons at one time, so they're just grabbing their snack and going to classrooms, and that's working out pretty well.
How long is your lunch break, Joe?
Lunch break is 30 minutes. Seems like 50 minutes some days. No, it's 30 minutes.
So the middle school, we have 3 lunches, and it's separated by grade, so there's 6th, 7th, and 8th grade lunch, and the most students we have at any time is 113. And what we've done is we've been able to separate them into 2 different groups. So there's 5 homerooms per grade. So for example, in 6th grade, 3 of the homerooms eats first. So we have approximately 60 to 70 kids that eat first, and then we send the other 2 homerooms outside. And then after 10 to 15 minutes, what we do is we start sending the kids that are inside outside, and then bring the kids inside at 15 minutes. And so then the second part of lunch, we have 40 to 50 students in there. So we're able, within our cafeteria, we have 3-foot distancing between them. We have dots down that they're supposed to sit on that, I'll be honest with you, took about 2 days before some of the kids started picking the dots off and moving them next to their friends. But we're working on that. But in general, the kids have been really good about, keeping their distance from each other.
So we eat as a grade level in our little gym, and kids sit at least 3 feet apart. In many cases, closer to, I would say probably 5, depending on the table structure. All kids face the same way. They have assigned seats, and we are able, like I said, we're able to do a whole grade level at a time, and our largest grade level is 93.
At the primary, we have each of the classes has lunch together. There is a class they go to lunch. They have assigned seats. They're about 3 feet apart from each of the other students.
Thank you.
And thanks a lot, you two, for those pictures of the kids outside for the morning circle, et cetera. I think, the more they can have their masks off outside, the better we are. So, thank you.
So I'd just like to make a comment. I know Barbie commented that the cases that we have so far are concerning, but what's interesting is that we have cases in the schools that we are masking. So does it,
And I would say a lot of those cases are probably still from summer. I mean, we're only 8 days in, and it takes you 2 weeks to get the virus.
But here we have the middle school with only 1 confirmed case.
But I think too, if you look at most of the data will show you that the transmission, within the schools where kids are masked, the transmission is very low.
Right.
Kids are getting it outside of school. It's more about bringing it in, and spreading it from the outside.
Well, and our school nurse would say, I'm just looking at her email she sent me. Her quote is, "Many times people do not know where they came in contact with COVID. They say no one they know has COVID, yet we have cases." And I think that's the concerning part, right? We have asymptomatic people, or people who aren't also sharing symptoms. They're telling people they're symptomatic as well. So it's that part that I know concerns her a lot.
I think our bottom line is we want to keep kids in school.
Yep.
So based off that, I'll make a recommendation or a motion to accept the medical advisory board's recommendations as they put forth here.
Second.
And I would like to have those adopted by Monday of next week, if possible. But I would also like to give the board or the administration some discretion in how those are implemented and where they're implemented and when they're implemented.
Well, I do appreciate not saying tomorrow.
Right.
Regardless of what we did, you know, if you're gonna make any changes, that there's some time for us to communicate things, whatever that communication is, and that I have time to touch base with the administrative team.
So is next Monday along that time?
I mean, again, I don't think there's any, I mean, yeah, the changes that we're doing, I think Monday would work.
Okay.
We just have to craft a message out to families and let them know, because many of them are in bed, right? Whatever, again, whatever decision this board makes, I'm gonna have to get something out tomorrow or the day after.
So I made a motion and Angie seconded it. Is there any further discussion on that motion?
How do you want to handle athletics? No masks outside?
Whatever these recommendations say.
This recommendation is silent on outside. This recommendation is silent on outside. It says
Okay.
No mask.
indoor masking.
Right.
So it would say outside you are unmasked.
So then the flip side is volleyball or any athletic contest is
Would be masked.
Inside.
Inside, yeah.
Can we just talk about the quarantine really quick?
Sure.
I'm really not here to fight. I'm not
Can you
here
speak
to.
up, my dear?
I'm not here to fight, and I'm not here to be divisive in any way. The quarantining just concerns me. It concerns me for our families, it concerns me for the working parents, it concerns me for taking healthy children out of society for this long. Can we just maybe give it more time for that we just quarantine symptomatic kids and see the data on the close contacts? Like just learn the data, just see the data. If we're having close contact kids, all of them are wearing masks, and if they're coming down with symptoms, then I will call the special meeting and I will vote to quarantine kids. But I just think it's super important not to take healthy children out of the school, interrupt their learning that much. When last year, most of them were not coming down with the virus just because they were in close contact. And if we're compromising with everybody's wearing masks all the time, I don't think that it's that risky.
So if there's universal masking, where are the points where we are going to get close contacts? So I'm just asking, like, the administrators, where are we going to be finding kids closer together than 3 feet that we're going to be getting those quarantines from? And can we do something about those situations? I mean, you know, are we able to spread kids out more so that we are rarely getting that quarantine from 3 feet? Or, like, I don't know how many places are we going to get quarantines if kids are masked?
Hello?
Yep.
All right. School, there's simply just not room to have everybody out, 3 feet apart. So what we've done in there is we've tried to cluster students together, so they work in groups of from 2 to 4 students, and those students would then, well, some of them, I guess I would say there's partners for sure.
I am sorry, I did not hear you.
I would say in those classrooms, there's certainly at least a partner that's going to be considered a close contact within 3 feet, because there's simply just not room for all of our classrooms to be 3 feet apart.
It's working. At the high school, we can pretty much separate everybody 3 feet in every single classroom. There's a few pretty large classes where it's pretty difficult to do, but for the most part, we can separate them. I would say traveling from class to class, we're talking about 5 minutes, so we're not within that, 15-minute time period. Most of the kids cluster themselves, so they cohort themselves with their friends. So it's the same people they're hanging out with outside of school. So it's pretty much, it's a consistent group that they're moving around the building with and they're with outside. I would say at lunch sometimes, they get a little bit closer and they can be there for 15 minutes. We try to keep them at their lunch tables, and they are supposed to sit at dots, and we monitor that, so we keep them at least 3 feet apart. So there's just not as much of an opportunity unless they're choosing to during passing times to be a little bit closer. But in the classrooms, they can be separated by 3 feet for the most part.
So we're 3 feet apart most of the time in the classroom, but as kids get younger, spatial boundaries aren't always as present. Kids aren't always as aware. Kids fall into pre-pandemic habits, even with support and guidance from adults. So we would get potential close contacts in classroom. Depending on what recess looks like, there's a possibility, like we still have mitigation strategies outside. If you were going forward, with new guidance for outside, because kids can get more physical, masks are off outside. So there's a few spots where it could happen for us.
And I would also say, like during volleyball practice, it's very difficult to keep them separated when they're working as a team. They can be somewhat separated, but besides that, and swimming's the only indoor sports we have right now. So it might be somewhat difficult to keep them apart depending on what they're doing on the court.
So I would agree with everything that Mike had said for the primary school as well. The students are at their desks or their tables, but we also are trying to have them move throughout the space as well, keeping their distance from students, but trying to allow them a little bit more movement, especially at the younger grades. We do have breakfast in the classroom, and that is at their table spot, so that would be more like 3 feet, which is similar to the lunch space, so breakfast and lunch.
Buses, they have to wear masks, right? So, but yeah, there would be on buses, there would be close contact.
So like my volleyball team, they're masked, if one girl comes down with it, the whole team quarantines and their season is shot. And they missed last year. My 8th graders I think we were there 3.5 weeks. And they've never seen this competition level. And then they have to go into high school next year and play at that competition level. That's just what I'm asking you to consider.
So what, I understand we have a motion, I understand we're in the discussion phase. So how do you want it adjusted?
I would love to keep quarantining as is, only if they're symptomatic.
The problem with that is if it's a household.
Can't hear you.
The problem with that is if it's a household this time. I get what you're saying between kids in different households, but if they live in the same household,
We do have that right now. If they're in the same household, they quarantine.
Right.
So we would, if, what Christy is saying is
No,
we
I
stay
get
with
you.
that. So we would stay if you're in the same household.
Right.
We had a parent who called in earlier to ask us to look at the longevity of if you can't be separated, because then your quarantine doesn't start until later. But
So I hope this doesn't happen, but the reality is volleyball could fall apart either way, depending upon how many families ended up with it, is what I'm saying.
I'm not following that.
I know.
Is there any possibility of doing rapid testing in addition to the PCR testing?
we could. I mean, so you could do,
You could
so we had
rapid
options.
test your close contacts.
Right, but you have to wait a while, right? So you have to, like, for vaccinated people. So what they suggest is you wait 3 to 5 days and then do a test. the reason we didn't go with rapid testing is if you have symptoms, when you test, your rapid test comes back negative, the recommendation is go get a PCR test.
Right.
So it's like, why would we do 2 tests? And then trying to explain that to a parent.
So we're getting PCR tests back within 24 hours.
We have
I
been.
know, but there are districts that are, probably shouldn't mention this, but there are districts that are doing rapid testing and doing in-house quarantine. So if you are a close contact, you get rapid tested every day.
Mhm.
You get your PCR test on day 5 or 6. You stay in school with a mask and more distance. But you're talking major staff to test all of those kids every day.
Do we know that it would be that? I mean, our goal is to keep the kids in the schools.
Yep.
I think we should look at it, if there's options for rapid testing. And, you know, if there is anything else we can do from a spacing standpoint to prevent them from being close contacts in the first place. You know, is rapid testing on the table? I think it should be.
Well, and there's options, like we talked about, I talked about in August, like as a district, you can sign up for kids who are symptomatic, right? So that's what we're testing, is
Right.
symptomatic
Yeah.
kids.
Right.
You can do surveillance testing, right? We could test everybody. How many times, a week? I think parents would freak out if we did that,
Yeah.
right? You can do event testing, like everybody who participates in sports has to test so many times, like once a week or twice a week. Or prior to a homecoming dance, you could do what's called event testing. And then the other 4th one is outbreak testing. You have an outbreak, now you start rapid testing people to try to get ahead of an outbreak.
Well, like Barb was saying, is there a way to have a rapid testing protocol that would prevent these kids from being out, you know, they could be rapid tested daily or whatever, so they could stay in school and know they're not infectious at that moment?
Yeah, I would have to check with NOAA Labs and DHS to see if we can do that.
I mean, obviously that cannot happen at this exact moment, but
Right.
I think, again, keeping the kids in the classroom is.
Well, I think that's everybody's goal, right? Everybody's goal is to keep kids in classroom and make sure kids are safe.
Right. But we also know by the time they show symptoms, they've probably already been contagious. I said by the time they show symptoms, they've already been contagious for a couple of days too.
Well, and like, I mean, for vaccinated students, who would be the older students, they're not being quarantined out, and they are staying in school wearing masks.
Wearing a mask, so that's the volleyball team. Or the
No,
team.
that's high school,
High
not middle
school.
school.
Well,
7, 12.
7th
Seventh
and 8th grade.
So not 6th grade.
Some 6th graders.
And very few 6th graders at this point.
But the 7th and 8th.
Adam?
Yeah.
Would you consider amending your motion to allow the quarantining that we're currently using to go forward, rather than to accept what's in the recommendation?
The whole problem is that we're not doctors and we're second guessing what these doctors have told us to do. And I'm
Right.
sorry, I'm not willing to second guess these experts. They're the experts.
Just asking a question.
I'm sorry, but that's the whole point of getting this.
We asked them.
So no, I'm not willing. Sorry.
Gee, this is fun.
Yeah, it's not
We
fun.
have to.
Can we
Never
vote?
fun.
Are you ready to vote?
Any further discussion? Angie,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Julie,
No.
Barb,
Yes.
Christie,
No.
Adam, yes.
Two.
Yeah, Julie and Christie.
So 5-2?
5-2. Professional practice goals, 802.
Yeah, so in each of the past few years, the district has recommended professional practice goal options for staff. It was part of the compensation plan that was put together several years ago. And initially, staff were asked to put together their own professional practice goals, and we found that staff really like it, that when we put together ones that they can choose, it also helps the district move in one direction in a lot of different areas. They still can choose their own if they would like. So we have proposed 3 different goals. You heard about 2 of the 3 tonight in our strategic plan when we talked about strategic planning. One of them is the Community Connection Business Partnership PPG. The other one's the SEL PPG. And the third one is a PLC PPG, is with Professional Learning Communities, which is, we worked on some of that last year when we got to meet real frequently last year on Wednesdays, and we really needed to have that vertical and horizontal alignment in our curriculum. And so we want to really focus on, when we do have time for staff to meet, what they're really focusing on, using that time effectively. And that's what the PLC, a Professional Learning Community, does. So looking at these three areas, and then we also had some for our support staff as well. We haven't fleshed those out quite as well, but looking at behavior management techniques, academic student supports, and supporting academic independence with students with special needs. So I shared these with both the curriculum committee and the contract review committee. Both thought these all looked like a great idea, and both approved them 3-0 to recommend them 3-0 to the board with a recommendation of approval. So I would recommend that we approve these for the 21-22 school year.
I make a motion to approve the proposed professional practice goals for the 2021-22 school year as presented.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Barb and a second by Terry. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Community referendum planning.
Yeah, so this agenda ties directly to the 5th pillar of our strategic plan, which prioritizes operational excellence. As you heard Mr. Richter discuss, the current 5-year operational referendum comes to an end at the conclusion of the school year. So the board has been discussing going to referendum in April of 2022. The board has already approved an enrollment study on which to build a budget forecast model moving forward. The board has also reached out to Point of Beginning to do a green space study and C.J. Smith to do a study of our buildings and facilities. District will use this information to create a community survey regarding this referendum. We're kind of hoping to be at that point tonight, but it's just taken us a while to get that information. So as we get this preliminary information, we're just going to need to take it back to Facility and Finance Committee to really kind of fine-tune it and put it together in a survey and bring that survey back to this committee next, or bring it back to the board. So we're, at the end of this meeting, I'm going to suggest that we schedule an extra Facility and Finance Committee meeting to start reviewing some of that data. And at tonight's meeting, it's just a report. You heard, again, Brent's presentation at the beginning kind of covered most of it, and that's where we are right now. So there's no action required at this point, just an update.
Mowing contract renewal.
Yeah, again, the Facility Finance Committee, we tabled this last meeting because the Facility Finance Committee hadn't had a chance to look at it. They had a chance to look at it, and they recommended approval.
I'll make a motion to renew the lawn mowing contract with Buchanan Mowing and Maintenance LLC for the 2022, 2023, and 2024 mowing season. A second.
Motion by Barb and a second by Julie. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Seclusion and restraint report.
So this is a state-required report. The administration must present to the district seclusion and restraint report to the Board of Education by October 1st of each year. Ms. Schrader has provided the board a summary of our district's annual seclusion and restraint report. I would just ask that you approve it.
I'll make a motion to approve the seclusion restraint report. A second.
Motion by Barb and a second by Angie. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Substitute education assistant pay.
Yeah, so the district reviewed the rate of pay for our substitute educational assistants with other districts in CESA 5 and found that we were lower than most in our area and we're struggling to find substitute educational assistants and substitute teachers as well. But we felt that we could make a recommendation to increase this rate from $11.50 to $12. And Facility Finance said, no, you need to raise it to $12.50. So the recommendation is to raise our substitute educational assistant rate from $11.50 to $12.50, retroactive as of September 1st of this school year.
I'll make a motion that we accept the rate increase from $11.50 to $12.50, retroactive
To September 1st.
September 1st. Didn't hear the start.
Second.
Motion by Terry and a second by Bill. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 7-0. Weekend monitor pay discussion.
Something very similar. We have weekend monitors. If you've ever come and used the buildings on the weekend, you see that the doors are open for you. We have somebody coming and checking the buildings and just making sure that we can continue to find people. We've been paying $11 for that, and we passed this through the Facility Finance Committee. They recommended we move it up to $13. We were supposed to have this. This just somehow got left off our last board agenda. So it's on this one, and I again ask that you increase the pay to $13 and make it retroactive to September 1st, 2021.
I'll make the motion to increase the weekend monitor pay to $13, retroactive to September 1st, 2021.
I'll second.
Motion by Bill and a second by Julie. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. District Administrator Evaluation and Goal Setting.
This sounds like fun.
Sounds-
So per board policy 225 and procedure board policy procedure 225, there are steps required in September for the evaluation process as district administrator. So the board received my self-evaluation and proposed goals in closed session before the meeting, as well as a summary of my goals from last year. And they also will receive evaluation tool after this meeting today, so they can schedule a meeting. So you will get that tool. Yeah, I know you talked about closed session, how you're going to proceed with that. And then you will meet and put together evaluation and meet with me and share those, your thoughts and feelings.
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you. Draft annual meeting notice.
Yeah, so with everything else going on, we still have to do an annual meeting. That is October 18th. All right, so we'll be back in this space, do that meeting, and so it has to be approved at the September board meeting so we can have it on October 18th. So I would recommend approval of our hearing notice and agenda item.
I will make a motion to approve the annual meeting notice and agenda as presented. I'll second.
Motion by Barb, second by Julie. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Building listening session schedule.
Yeah, so as we looked at the board, we spent a lot of time in the policy committee in the last year looking at the board self-evaluation tool that they used, which is later on the agenda here. But one of the things we talked about in there was having listening sessions at the different buildings throughout the course of the year to get input from staff. So I put together a schedule and shared it with the policy committee, and they asked me to tweak the schedule a little bit, which I did. And the idea behind this is that we would schedule a night in each of the buildings with one of the committees, and that we would start at 3:15 or 3:20, have an hour listening session, and then have a committee meeting after that in that building. The one that's a little different is policy committee is on a Tuesday night because they typically meet Wednesday at 6. So we had to move them up. So this is just a sample. So you can, I guess, look at it, let me know if it works for you, or let Maureen know if it works for you. And if it doesn't work, it was just trying to spread it out. We hit every building, it got every committee involved. And then we would set up how that process would work. So it was just a tentative calendar.
So Barb, you would not be able to make these times.
I would just have to take off work early.
So you might be able to make, at least your committee meeting one you could make.
Well, yeah, I mean, either one, yeah, I'd still have to leave work early for either one, so I might as well just take.
So the option would be people who are on the committee go to that building, meet with whoever the staff is, and then have their committee meeting afterwards.
Right.
But then other board members could come to that meeting
Yep.
prior to the committee meeting. So anyone could show
Yeah,
up.
every board member would be welcome.
Right.
Every board member is welcome to stay for the committee meeting.
Yes.
But, yeah, absolutely. But it was just like, it was trying to spread it out.
Yes.
Right? That just wasn't Christy going to every board meeting, or having to do this 4 times, or Julie having to do it. It was like trying to spread out, but also knowing that you guys all have full-time jobs,
Right.
and you have other things going on that this may not work, and only 2 of you may show up for one of these, and that's okay, right? If I would think the minimum we want is to have at least 2 board members at each of these, so that's what I really need from you, is a commitment that, if you look at this, look at your calendar, that we can come back even at the next board meeting and say, yep, we can collect that off, and then I can put it on staff's calendar as well.
Can we all look at our calendars and send the dates to Mo and which ones you could make? Do that, and then Mo can coordinate the whole thing?
The other possibility is we could have this as an agenda item at each of our committee meetings.
Right.
Right? Each of these next committee meetings, we can say, well, this worked for us.
Because it doesn't start till November, so we have
It doesn't start
time.
in November, and we all have a
Perfect.
committee meeting
Done.
every month. Right.
Let's do that.
We have 2 coming up
Yep.
in the middle of this week.
Ideal.
Perfect. So again, this came out of the policy committee, so.
Thank you, policy. It is a great idea. Speaking of policy, first readings on 341.2, Program for Students with Disabilities.
Yeah, so this policy just required some updates that were discovered by the district preparing for our self-assessment in special education. The change of policy are noted in the policy document. It also represents the special education policies and procedures, which are reviewed and approved each year. So that was in our consent agenda item that we already approved. The policy committee moved 3-0 to move this policy to the full board for approval.
And then policy 153, the board self-evaluation instrument.
Yes, so on that, as we just got done talking about that, that is something that the board has put a lot of time in. I know Adam put a lot of time into tweaking that document, taking input, and so that would change that document for their self-evaluation, which you do in January.
Right.
So I'd recommend, you were just reading them, so there's
Yeah,
no recommendation for either.
You did a really nice job, by the way.
Thank you. That was a lot of work. Gifts and donations.
Wait, we have second, oh, there's no second reading.
There's no second reading because we didn't have any policy meeting in July.
Oh, don't mind me, keep going.
Yep.
We're on good speed.
You know yeah.
I will make a motion to accept with great gratitude the donation of AV equipment from Shauna Wyman of Wyman Photography. A second.
Motion by Barb, second by Julie. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Administrative reports.
The timer is ticking.
Lodi Middle School. He's up.
I'm gonna check if this is this working? All right, so first of all, I just want to thank our staff at the middle school for getting the school year off to a great start. The first few days of school, I was able to get around to every single classroom, and I'm just amazed at the effort that they go through to set our students up for a successful school year, the effort they go through to build connections with students. So I just want to start by thanking them. We do have some new staff members. Patty Heinzman is joining us as an 8th grade language arts teacher. Samantha Dickey is going to join us as an educational assistant. Jamie Raymer as an educational assistant. Beth Hurd as an educational assistant. And Janelle Eartham has come over to the middle school from the elementary school. As mentioned earlier, Dawn Collins ran Stars of the Fair, and that event really was great for a lot of our students at the middle school. I was able to attend that event. I included some pictures on there. One thing I did want to mention about that is give a shout out to Noah Deans for being the MC for that. He's a former Lodi student as well, and he did an amazing job, and he had several amazing jokes, I will tell you too. And then we continue to implement our social emotional learning as we had talked about earlier. We've had a few lessons implemented, and I would say that's an emerging process. We're working together to try to figure out what's the best way to implement the curriculum for our students. And then our fall sports got kicked off too. We have middle school cross country took first place at Westfield, and volleyball is underway. And thank you to Christy for all of your work with our young ladies. Thank you.
So Derek, the board really loves pictures. Thank you for pictures.
You're welcome.
And Mike's video of him doing his introduction in the morning is great.
Yeah.
Lodi High School.
Thanks, Adam. So we did pull off our Lodi Pride Welcome video. I was a little worried that we weren't going to be able to get that done last year just because everything was going on. So I wanted to thank Stephen Ricks and Erica Bardwell. The theme was TikTok. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. I was really not familiar with that at all. But it worked out really well, and I wanted to thank all the staff members that got involved in sending a video. Some of them were great, so hopefully you got that link if you could see the Welcome Back video. I did not mention one new staff member in our last board meeting. That's Jason Murray, who is a former student and one of our new math teachers, and his mom was a former teacher here in the district, so it's great to have Jason back. I do want to recognize some of our student athletes. So our golf team made honorable mention as far as academic all-state. So Haley Taney, Bailey Clark, Kogan Barron, Brian Meitzner, who are students right now, and then a former student of ours, Greg Linz, who was a senior last year. So congratulations to them. And then some of the beginning of the year activities like freshman night or freshman or ninth grade parent orientation night went really well. Lots of great feedback from parents, where parents had an opportunity to walk through their schedules. So that was a good night. And then I wanted to recognize Carrie Kurska and Michael Radloff, who lead our link crew. I think it's a great activity where our ninth graders come in and they get an opportunity to get acclimated to the high school, walking through their schedule without the pressures of 10th through 12th graders there being on the first day. So they did an outstanding job, plus a lot of our juniors and seniors that are link crew leaders. Couple other things. You can read kind of the data about our AP testing that took place last year, so there were still a lot of participants in that, but you can just look at that, and we are going to be doing ALICE training coming up here in September and in October. And then the last thing, there was an experience that I think many of you, well, some of you might have been able to experience at our last football game, home football game, is the 1971 football conference champs were recognized. That was the year that I was born, so that kind of tells you how old I am. But it was so refreshing to see their faces out on the field, on a new turf field, and I could tell that they were just very excited about being there. So recognizing them, the first coaches for that team, or the first head coaches, were Bob Detweiler and Mr. Chuck Purcell. So he was there, and just seeing some familiar faces, it was a great it was a great opportunity for them to get out there, especially during COVID, outside, to be around some people and to be recognized for something that was pretty special. The last thing, Julie asked me about an update on a student rep for the school board, and the 24th is when all applications have to be into me, and then we'll be voting the next day, so hopefully we'll be swearing in a student rep for October meeting.
Do they have to be in bed before we're done?
Say that again?
Do they have to be in bed before we're done?
Well, they're high schoolers, so probably not.
Yeah, that'll be up long after that.
Thank you.
Curriculum.
A lot of this.
Come.
Hello? A lot of this I was able to highlight within the presentation at the beginning of the meeting, but I just took an opportunity to showcase some of the continued focus on early literacy and foundations of early literacy that we've been looking at over the past year. Some professional development opportunities. The staff had the ability to partake in this summer, especially those at the primary school. One PD event focused on phonics instruction. We're looking at that really specifically this school year, and another PD event focused on guided reading. And so those are two things that we had a number of staff take advantage of. And we also realized through the professional development opportunity on phonics that we really, when looking back at our primary school book room, we really have a need to invest in some decodable readers to help with the transfer of a phonics skill. So let's say I'm teaching short E sound, to then having those students have a book in front of them, maybe in a small group, that focuses on that same phonics strategy, that transfer. We learned there's a lot of research that supports that transfer. And we noticed in our book room, we don't have a lot of books that support that, so we need to make that investment. So that's something that we're looking at right now. That's all.
Okay, thank you. LCAT.
Okay. The LCAT trailer has been used several times this year for block parties and graduation parties. Thank you to Neil and his staff for cleaning up the trailer after use to keep everyone safe. LCAT and their sister coalition, Park PARCC, is teaming up with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office to provide a Narcan kit to people who are being released from jail. The people who will be receiving a kit have been charged with an opiate drug offense. The kit will contain a nylon drawstring bag containing 2 doses of Narcan, treatment referral forms, a card containing local treatment resources, and a card containing signs and symptoms of an opiate crisis. These kits will be distributed to the jail in the near future. The Lodi Pride yard signs have been a huge success. We have distributed 107 signs in the community so far. A big thank you to crew for putting out signs in front of all 4 of our schools in order to welcome back the students. Signs are still available at the LCAT office. Please come and see Paula or Brian to receive your free sign. We're excited to offer a virtual town hall meeting in partnership with PAC on October 4th at 6 p.m. Ben Court, the CEO of the Foundry Steamboat Springs, brings years of experience to substance use recovery, from a recipient to a provider to a spokesperson. He is bringing us an excellent presentation on what happens when legalized marijuana comes into a community. Mark your calendars for this important evening, and more information will be coming out soon. The next LCAT meeting is Wednesday, September 22nd at 11 a.m. in the district office boardroom. All are welcome. Thank you.
Student Services.
Hello. Yes, just 3 things that I want to highlight here tonight. The first is just talking again about the procedural compliance self-assessment that we are going through this school year. Department of Public Instruction has selected our sample pool of 20 evaluations and IEPs that we will need to check. Our work group is getting back together on September 29th to do that work and determine if any corrective actions need to be taken. So I will continue to update you as we work through that process. The next thing here is the Crisis Prevention Institute summer trainings. We have 2 in-house trainers, Gordy Beyer and Jen Fafinski. They completed 2 CPI training sessions in August on the nonviolent crisis intervention techniques. We had our new special ed teachers and new educational assistants get trained, also any staff that needed to be recertified. And we will be holding another one of these on October 1st for staff who were hired after the summer dates. And finally, the Title IX training. Staff was provided with access to a training model on the Title IX requirements. It's in the format of a screencastify with a Google form to document the completion of that training. And also the Title IX policy and training materials are now posted on our website. They're in the human resource section under federal notices.
And then Amy at the primary school.
All right, thank you. I would just like to thank the primary staff. We had some new staff members that are joining us this year, and I've just noticed just a great feel and vibe to the school as we welcomed our students and families back. It was nice to be able to get a feel for the building now that I've seen even more parents. So now in my second year, I finally feel a little more like normal with that. A big celebration or a personal goal is to get to know more of the students and families, because that was something that I wasn't able to do last year. And so I've implemented the student of the day. And so teachers help me select different students, and then they come down to the office. We take a picture, we call home, and we celebrate something academic that they're doing, things socially with peers, and just building that connection with the families and the students. The other big exciting thing is the schedule. We changed, and so now teachers every day 2 have an hour of collaboration time where they can focus in on our school goals. And so we've had a couple of those, or 2 now, and it's just been outstanding as the teachers have been collaborating and working together during that time.
Thank you. And then Mike, elementary OSC.
I'll be relatively quick. The pictures include the highlights so far. Like Amy said, great start to the year, awesome vibe, great to have staff back, great to have kids back, enjoying themselves and having fun. You got to see some morning meetings, You got to see music class, you got to see Day at the Fair. That was an interesting experience to have a field trip on the third day of school. We had never done a field trip for the whole school on the third day of school, and had never gone to the fair. What could possibly go wrong? So it worked great though. Connor and Don were awesome, and it was a really fun experience that our kids got, like, normally don't get that kind of access to, where we get to take them and we can ensure that everybody gets there. So if you have any questions, I'll answer them. If not, thank you for your hard work and long night.
And District Administrator report.
Yeah, a few things I want to thank. First, I want to thank Jason Marshall for all his work, and Tyler Potter and Maureen for getting this all set up today. The man behind the curtain.
Yeah,
right?
literally.
So appreciate that. We've had a great start to the school year, so we just want to thank all of our staff, our bus drivers, our substitute teachers, our food service, our cleaning company, everybody for all the great start that we've had. Our administrative team for all the planning that they've done to make our year start off the way it is and deal with all the unforeseen things that pop up that we don't think about. And all our coaches for all the seasons that they've started and the difference they're making in the lives of our kids. And then just thank the board for all their hard work. I mean, you've sat here all night long and listened to a lot, and I know you've had a really difficult job. Well, since I've taken this position, I know that for sure. And you have done a phenomenal job in just trying to be steady, asking questions, pushing each other. So I appreciate that. That being said, we are in desperate need of people to substitute, right? So if we want to keep our schools open, we need to have EA substitutes and teacher substitutes. And we also have openings in food service if people are interested in part-time position when your kids are at work for a little bit. So if you're interested, please look at our website. Please reach out to us. Secondly, I have some notifications from the Wisconsin Association of School Board. First, just a certificate of our membership of this year. But I also received 2 letters, one identifying Julie McKiernan as achieving her level 1 WASB membership recognition program. Great job, Julie. And Angie Lathrop achieving her level 1 WASB membership program. So Jen, that just notifies us on, people as our board members, take classes or, participate in different activities, they're recognized. And just a reminder that the Region 10 meeting is Thursday, October 21st. It's at Trapper's Turn in Wisconsin Dells. Our WSB rep is up for election, and that spot is currently held by our own Mr. Bill Whippeford. Just, again, something to put on your calendar as well. And finally, just to notice that we have received another open records request. I know I emailed the board about this today, that is asking for over 24,000 emails. So just want to make sure that people are aware, and I sent this person an email today just to let them know that this will take a while, right? It's going to take us 55 to 100 days to fill this request, because it's a priority for us to fill those requests, but it's not a bigger priority than making sure our technology runs and technology is working for students and staff. So that has to be our number 1 priority. So if we spend an hour to 2 hours a day on this request, it will take that long, because Google has not set us for us to just dump emails. We got to pull them out one by one, and then we have to, and that is paid for by the person who makes an open records request. But then we have to read each one of those emails by law to make sure we're extracting information, and that is covered by our taxpayers. Just so people are aware that that's out there. And that will start whenever we get the money, or the check that pays for that portion.
Did we get a check for the 18,000 email one?
No.
That one did not go through?
No, that one didn't happen.
So we have a new one now.
So this one here is kind of replacing that one.
Okay.
It's bigger.
It's bigger.
It added more, like through August 26th. And we've gotten a lot of emails about this from people who are here today, and so it pulls all those emails, right?
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Sure. So, yeah. So thank you, board members, for going through tonight's meeting and listening to all that public input, and administrators for hanging on for this long meeting. I think that the input that we got today was amazing. I think the input we got last month was amazing. And I love that people are engaged with the school district and telling us how they feel. I hope they continue to do that. Reports. CISA 5.
The last meeting was really good. We kind of talked about issues going on in our districts. We're all facing a lot of the same issues, getting public input in similar ways. It's kind of nice to remember that it's not just our district where a lot of things are happening. Also kind of just talked about CISA's services and how they're kind of like that place where you can pick up the phone and ask them for help and they will do it, which you know, Bill, but I'm always impressed with the things that they said they've done. They're like, oh, a bunch of districts needed to get a whole bunch of substitute teachers really up and running, and they put together a thing for them so that those districts could have the substitutes right away. So anyway, I'm sure, the administrators know this, but I'm always impressed with all the strange variety of things they do, and that when you have a problem, you needed, Spanish teacher, they can help and do all kinds of things. So they're great.
Co-curricular.
The cross-country team is off and running. The boys won the Westfield Invitational, placed second at the Lodi Invitational, and placed third at the Poinette Invitational. The JV boys won both the Westfield and Lodi Invitationals. The girls placed second at Westfield and fourth in Lodi and fifth at Poinette. The tennis team is having a great season. Varsity placed second at both the Edgerton and Lodi Invitational. The JV won this year's Lodi JV Invitational. The varsity is currently tied for first place in the conference with a 2-0 record. This Saturday, Lodi hosted a quad against Onalaska Lutheran, Waupun, and Ripon. The Lodi football team is undefeated after a 38-6 win this past Friday at Bigfoot. The Blue Devils have also defeated McFarland, Delavan Darien, and Horicon Hustisburg Co-op. They return this Friday night to take on Beloit Turner. The varsity boys soccer team is 1 win, 4 losses, and 1 draw. Spirits are still high, with all 4 losses coming against very strong opponents. This year's team is very young, with 1 freshman that starts and 2 that get significant minutes. There are 30 young ladies participating in the volleyball program this season. In the conference, the varsity team is currently 0-3, and overall they are 6-9. This past weekend, they played in the Sauk Invitational. Tomorrow night, they play at Columbus, and Thursday at Poinette. The swim team has participated in 2 invitationals so far. They placed 3rd out of 9 teams at the Milton Invite and 5th at the home Lodi Invitational. They compete tomorrow night at McFarland High School.
Thank you. OSC.
We didn't meet.
OSC did not meet. Contract review.
I think we pretty much covered most of what we talked about, the stipend for virtual teachers supervising virtual sections, professional practice schools. That's pretty much what we covered.
Curriculum, we covered everything except for middle school schedule adjustments, where we're going to focus more on math, more time going to math. Which actually was covered a little bit. Facility, finance.
Facility finance, we met on September 1st. We reviewed the ongoing contract, the substitute educational assistant pay, referendum. We actually had point of beginning there. They gave us an update on the green space. And I think we reviewed, no, we didn't review the CP Schmidt yet. Financial planning. That's about it. Referendum, talked about the referendum and also the survey. Spent a lot of time on the referendum survey.
And then Bill with policy.
Policy we approved the policies that we worked on last round, and we will meet, if we just stay here a little bit while longer, we can say that we're going to meet tomorrow, but, well, okay, it's Wednesday.
We also had two presentations from Policy Services, WASB, and from Neola, presented to the Policy Committee last time about their services and about a possibility of us looking at one or the other of them.
Okay.
If it's possible, I'd like to get on the policy agenda, a discussion about the length of time that we allow citizen input. And if you can't do it this month, I certainly would like to do it next month.
Public input is on the policy agenda item?
Could it be
Thanks.
part of that other policy?
Somebody, it is. Somebody asked us to put policy, somebody asked me to put that on there.
It's already on there, Bill.
I didn't get a chance
It
to
could
look.
go
No, that's
into
okay.
that- it can go into
We
that
had this
policy.
agenda. That's not the Wednesday.
And the other magic policy we need to get, not looked at, but advertised is the magic one about, we do not discriminate against race, color, creed, sex,
Right.
or
So-
religion.
So we also have sample controversial issues policies on the next policy agenda as well. Like, how do we teach controversial issues in classes?
Thank you.
Okay, we're not going back into closed session, so.
Do you need a motion to adjourn?
Yes, we do.
I have one question though for
Yeah.
our
Oh, yeah.
Facility Finance
Yes.
Committee meeting. Would you be available to meet next Monday, the 20th? And what time?
Yes, anytime.
Like, would 6 o'clock work, or is that too late?
That'd be good,
Is that better?
yeah.
Yeah, it's better than 4:30.
Okay, well, let's try 6 to 6:30. And I'll put together an agenda for that.
6 to 6:30, 30
I'm
minutes?
sorry, 6 to 7:30. 6 to 6:30 sounds awesome.
No, you're sure.
6 to 7:30.
We're really gonna be efficient.
Well, maybe. I'll be happy we're done by 7:30.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'll second.
Motion by Barb, second by Angie. I still remember your names. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? We are now adjourned. 10:52 PM.
Something else you wanted to discuss?